and welcome to the Athens Democracy Forum. This is really an unusual event this year because, as with everything else that we have to contend with, we have to think what is happening with the pandemic. So what you're going to see is the usual in-depth discussion you can listen to, you can interact with, but at the same time, we're making it up as we go along a little bit this year. I have three fabulous people here with me in the studio. Valerie Keller, who is going to help explore what we mean when we say business for purpose. Kostas from the National Bank of Greece, am I correct in saying that? And just so you're clear, this is a private bank, not a government one, right?
Correct.
And Mete is joining us from London's Hackney district, where he's been able to see in real time, practically, over a period of the last several years, how things can develop with business, how they don't necessarily always work, but there we go. So my name is Alison Smale. I'm a former executive editor of the International Herald Tribune and a former Undersecretary General at the United Nations for Global Communications, and very happy to be here in Athens and hoping that we are reaching really around the world, because this is what we need at this time, togetherness. So Valerie, could I start with you and just ask you to explain to us what, from your point of view, and explain who you're representing here, what does it mean, business for purpose? What purpose?
Sure, happy to, and I think that's the crux of the question is what purpose. So happy to explain what I'm representing here, but I'm also just another member of tribe humanity, as all of us are in this space. And I think that we found our ways as human beings in this life to then say, well, what's the purpose of a life? What's the purpose of a business in that space? So I think the conversation around the meaning and purpose of business has evolved, and you, of course, have seen it in your roles, Alison, and the other panelists as well. But in the work that we're doing now with the social venture Imagine that I've co-founded with Paul Pullman, the former CEO of Unilever and one of the helped architects of the Sustainable Development Goals, we have seen the shift in business as the purpose of business is to make money for shareholders, the doctrine of Milton Friedman, that most of us kind of were born into this reality feeling like, well, that's the way it is, to now what we saw in the New York Times, if you read the special section, I think it was 2 weekends ago, celebrating the 50th anniversary of Milton Friedman, and a little bit of that mea culpa, which was, oh, actually, maybe that hasn't worked so well. It's worked in many ways to help lift people out of poverty, but it actually doesn't work within planetary boundaries. And so what we've seen around the conversation of the purpose of business has been a shift from the purpose of business as shareholders to then saying the purpose of business is actually here to serve in a broader society. And just as we're here at the Democracy Forum talking about how do societies function, how does the world work? The other shift that's happened there, Alison, is that we've seen that it isn't just enough for businesses to say, oh, I'm purpose-driven. I'm sorry, like Hitler had a purpose. It's not just a purpose. It's like, what are we here for?
That's a risky comparison.
Well, but it's, the point being, it's like, what do we mean by that? So words have meaning and they have power in them. And what we've seen now is very much the transition to purpose-driven businesses are those that are multi-stakeholder, long-term, that are here to help solve global challenges, that are putting the Sustainable Development Goals at their heart. And we need it. If you look at what's going on in terms of climate change, biodiversity loss, rising inequality, we don't have the luxury of saying we just need purpose-driven businesses who generally are not doing harm. We have to say that business was created to help societies function, and to do that within planetary boundaries, given what's happening with our societies, given what's happening with our planetary boundaries, therefore, our own idea of what we mean by business has fundamentally shifted. So purpose-driven business now, and I actually said this in Davos earlier this year, purpose as a word we believe is passé in a way, because the new frontier of that is companies who put solving societal challenges at the core of their business model, and the new frontier that I'm happy to come back and talk to in a bit is companies that are working across their value chain to change the whole sector. So with Imagine, we've put together CEOs in food, in fashion, and now also in finance that are coming together too, who are saying, what is it that we can do together that we can't otherwise do alone? So we see that as the leading edge of what it means to be a purpose-driven business or a company that is here to serve society, multi-stakeholder, long-term, solving social challenges.
Thank you. Kostas, do you agree with that explanation of the new business activity, as it were, that we've moved,
I do.
if you like, from shareholder value to stakeholder value?
Yes, I do. And I want to talk about purpose because I think purpose continues to be incredibly important to all of us, even as a word. It's easier to talk about the what and the how. And I think the most difficult question that digs deep into why we're here is the why.
Yes.
And I think the answer to the why, the answer to the why is not always easy, but once you arrive at it, it forms a purpose. And if it's the right purpose, it mixes either individually and collectively the right blend of passions and talents. And when you put that together and the purpose is the right purpose, it has a very inspiring and a very driving kind of force, which is something that we have done at the National Bank of Greece very successfully. And if you do it right, and if you can attract the right people, then you mix it with the appropriate values, which are more modern as time goes on. I mean, the bank has been around for 180 years, was founded in 1841. So we have respected the past, and we have taken the values that have guided us to be the correct citizens, to do the right things, to always behave and act demonstrably in the right way. We added more modern values. So you get your purpose. And then there's alignment that's important. You have to get your purpose right. You have to get your values right, the right blend of passions and talents. And then all that leads to duty, leadership, and transformation. Because it's amazing when you have the right purpose in mind, and it's a socially correct, is internally appropriate, and you get the right talents behind it. It has a magical force. It inspires. It drives forward. And I'm always amazed. You can do an awful lot of things, heroic things. You just have to ask nicely and give them the right goal, and then everything is harnessed to a certain direction. We have started the transformation at the bank 2 years ago. That the Greeks have a wonderful word called effikton, and they would love to do the doable.
What is the word?
Effikton. And they love to say it's not effikton if it's something very difficult. But it has been doable, and we managed to deliver it. Yeah. And we're actually living through the success of that purpose, values, transformation. And we actually found that when COVID arrived, the transformation was preparing us for the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. And when COVID arrived, it was not something we planned, but having an organization that is driven by purpose and is ready to transform, that transformation has helped enormously adjust to the realities of the new disaster that we face and managing it as correctly as we could.
And
can I pick up on that?
Go ahead.
Because I want to clarify what I was saying earlier. So I think, I'm not surprised by those results in terms of unlocking innovation and transformation.
Absolutely.
You might have seen, and part of the work, I'm being provocative when I say purpose is passé, right? Yeah. We did the business case for purpose, which is a study that I produced when I was at EY with Harvard Business Review as well. And it saw that purpose-driven businesses, when you define purpose-driven businesses as serving a societal value, what is the impact you can serve? Yes. How does it relate to the core of your business model, and how does it connect to your culture, actually drives transformation and innovation. And then in the times of COVID, we've seen that businesses who are ESG have outperformed those who were not on the high by 66%. Yeah. So that's not surprising. We're actually just seeing that what you're saying and what you've been living actually bears fruit.
And being true to the forum we're in today, democracy, it has something very democratic because the values are something that can be generated from all of us and can appeal to all of us. The purpose, in order to be truly inspiring, has to have a sort of a democratic approach to it. And then what we've done with transformation, we did it as democratically as possible. People designed what are the pillars of the transformation, how they would go work there. You can open the door and ask for doing extra work, and you were welcome to go in. So it was democracy at work in many ways, driven by the concept of purpose.
So,
yeah, it was good.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if we can swivel to Hackney and your experience, because we hear a lot of wonderful words, and it's still not clear to me how we keep on measuring progress, even as we're just sort of reacting to events, and we still don't know, does COVID have a beginning, an end, a name, a purpose? So, over to you.
I mean, firstly, I think, I couldn't agree any more with both what your sort of your opening remarks. And I think, right at the core of it, I think what you said, Valerie, bringing it back to what type of society do we want to live in, and understanding who are the different stakeholders and what role do they play. So recently, with the Mayor of London, we launched an opinion poll in London, which was looking at, whose responsibility was it to actually support inclusion and create a more inclusive society. And actually, business came right at the top of it, even ahead of government, which was quite extraordinary when you actually think about most people historically would see government as a way to sort of support social inclusion. And, when you look into businesses, you look at tech sector, for example, had it, right at the top of it, because obviously they have a huge geographic and also social reach, especially in this day and age where technology, governs our sort of day-to-day interactions. So I think for us, where I'm from, Alison, in Hackney's gone through huge economic transformation over the last 15 to 20 years. When I was growing up, it was known as the most ghetto borough. It was ranked as the lowest borough to aspire for people to live in, 434th out of 434 to live. It was very cheap to buy homes. Crime was one of the highest, whereas now it's the home of London's tech hub. And it's also the home of London's creative sector as well, and it's now known as the hipster part of London. And what we've seen is that we've got great opportunities that are being created for us, great job opportunities being created. Olympics is on our doorstep as well, the legacy. However, a lot of the job opportunities that are being created are not for the people in the local borough. And if there are job opportunities being created, because even then, what a business could say to you is, I'm giving you 50% employment, for example. But then the question is, how much of that is entry level, how much of it is managerial level? Even if it's entry level, is there a pathway to managerial level? And these are all the sorts of questions that we have to ask. So what we've done in Hackney was we launched a review into how we could tackle socioeconomic inequality, and specifically looked at building an inclusive economy strategy, which builds on what you said, Alison, which is about how do we set metrics across the different service areas of the council, where every single policy that the council introduced has to make sure that it fits in with an inclusive economy strategy. So I give you an example. In Hackney, for example, we have, big businesses have apprenticeship levies, for example, that they receive. And what we've done is we've been able to work with big companies like Amazon, for example, which is the headquarters are based in Hackney. Here East, for example, which is sort of the legacy part of the Olympics sector and the creative sector. And they've created hundreds and thousands of jobs for young people in the borough, and they're incentivized through that, through the council's support. Other things we've done is where the council owns commercial property, for example, and when we're renting out these properties, what we've done is we've favoured businesses which have committed to a minimum employment of local people with a pathway to growth. So these are some practical things that could be done to create a much more inclusive society. And the last thing I'll end on is just to sort of build on Valerie's point, which is that this isn't just business does it and business doesn't receive anything in return. Actually, when you look at the research around it, business massively benefits from having that diversity in its workforce. It massively benefits from having that inclusion that it requires, and they get the product dividend from it.
I guess what I'm interested in is making sure that we are measuring this, but it's not setting up a new parallel system of rigid statistics, which are not going to mean anything, particularly as we all continue on this very uncertain COVID voyage that we've willy-nilly embarked upon. I should probably turn it back to Valerie for a moment. Do you recognize your efforts in the kind of activity that Mette is describing, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what I hear him have set the frame, it says if you are going for inclusive societies, then you need to create the regulatory environment, and I would say it's local, right, at that space. So we see this with subnationals. So if you say, okay, my God, what's the direction the world is going in? The nation state is, in dramatic flux. Can real change be happening at that level? What we see is what you're piloting more and more, which is at the subnational level. Can you create the right regulatory environment that allows for inclusive economies and societies? So that's where you have partnership. You have, let's say, the standards or the what good looks like is being set at the subnational level, and you have businesses who say, okay, well, that's my operating environment, because business doesn't exist outside of the operating environment that is around it. And I think this is probably a nice segue in a minute to our other panelists and another valuable partner up Imagine with Alex Rhodes at Mishcon, because it's the enabling environment and the law structure around something, which basically is the general, what is this thing we're doing and how are we going to measure success and what are the operating parameters? And what we are seeing, to your question, Allison, within Imagine, is we are seeing that business leaders can only do so much in terms of really transforming the wider system that they're in. They can only get about 60% or so. If they say they want to create living wages, okay, but then I'm at a competitive disadvantage. Yeah, I mean, if I go in and do that, then is the workforce, going to be what I need? Yeah, but when we act together, then we can start to lift the floor for everyone. So what we're seeing is that within key sectors, like I said, food and fashion is a good example, and I'll give fashion as an example. We leveraged the G7 as a moment to pull together now 66 companies who signed up for science-based target on climate, on biodiversity, and on plastics. And what they did was create essentially a kind of what good looks like as a new standard. What we're seeing in food is they're saying, look, if we really want to go for regenerative agriculture, we need to work together with the regulators for the EU Green Deal so that we can create smart enabling environment within which business can operate. And so I think that the core of this gets to the notion of partnership. When we're talking about purpose-driven business does not happen in the abstract without the enabling environment that says we're going for an inclusive world that lives within planetary boundaries. Now, if that's what we're going for, then how do we do that in smart ways that unlock the innovation and the ability to transform? Did you know that we can sequester carbon in the soil? We can actually take carbon out and sequester it in the soil, and we have business models that can help enable that. It's so doable. That's one example that then if you have smart enabling environment, like what you were putting in place, and the regulatory environment, as I think Mishcon has been on the leading edge of that, then you can create the right incentives for those types of things to move into fore.
And you can do it without seeming too rigid. I do want to bring Alexander into the conversation a little bit. You have been working very hard to operate this new kind of business that we think we're operating. Tell us a little bit about what you've been finding and how do you make sure that this, what I call togetherness, which is a kind of emotional value, is not being swallowed up by the need to impose business measures and say there's still a level of profitability in activity X.
Thank you, Alison. And it's lovely to be able to, although the togetherness, physical togetherness, of course, is missing on my part today. I think the point that's already been made is the key one here in relation to purpose, which is that purpose isn't juxtaposed or against profit. There shouldn't be a tension there, I think. In fact, quite the opposite. And to the point around it being the animating force or the why for business is important. Valerie made this point earlier in terms of an important point in the conceptualization of profit today being to solve the problems of people and planet. But I think the additional part to that is not to profit through causing them or to contributing towards them. And that sort of do no harm principle is equally important.
Yeah.
And to pick up the point about being able to sequester carbon through the soil, it is possible to do that, but for the last 50 years, we have been losing carbon from our soils through intensive agriculture. So there's a two-way shift here. There's a shift towards making profits by doing good, if you like, and away from making profits by causing harms. And both are important constituent parts. I think in a specific one specific point I wanted to make is that business is such an important part of solving these problems, but that the enabling environment and the legal enabling environment needs to be there for business to be able to do that. And one of the important points is around competition law, which is something that we've been looking at a bit recently.
And why is that especially relevant?
Well, competition law, of course, is particularly important to prevent anti-competitive behaviour, which is a social bad. But it rubs up against the need for businesses to work together to solve sustainability issues. And it's interesting, within the EU legal matrix, there's an inherent conflict in there between the constitutional provisions of certain treaties which require sustainability and environmental protection to be taken into account when implementing all of those EU policies and activities on the one hand, and to prevent anti-competitive behaviour on the other. This is really a question, I think, of the approach that the authorities are taking, rather than what the law necessarily says itself. And it's really, really interesting to see the approach that they're taking and the indications that are being taken by competition authorities on this at the moment. I mean, just earlier this year, the executive vice president of the European Commission said that all of Europe's policies, and called out particularly competition policy, have their role to play in this. The EU Competition and Markets Authority has echoed that by saying that now specifically they are going to be exercising their functions in a way that supports companies working together to transition to a low carbon economy. And the Dutch really are leading on this. They've recently undertaken a consultation on draft guidelines on sustainability agreements as a specific carve out from the general principles of competition law, looking at when agreements between companies to work towards a sustainable transformation would fall outside of the competition rules altogether, and how they would treat behaviour that falls within that framework differently than otherwise, if the objective is for a better sustainability outcome.
Can I turn it to Kostas, because I'd like to know, do you see this same sort of slight dichotomy in European behaviour?
Yeah. I want to comment on the dichotomy. Every time I hear the word dichotomy, I think of the word both, because
you can't have one without the other.
Exactly. We're in the business of co-creating sometimes, because when you hear both viewpoints, it's important to sort of step by step mix the two. Another word that I may connect to some of the things we're saying is the word alignment. There has to be a very strong alignment from whatever the purpose is. And we're assuming it's the right purpose. It motivates, it has the social aspects to it. It reminds us that businesses are here also to make money for their shareholders, and their shareholders are all of us. So you mix all that together and you have the correct strategy, the right values. And I want to introduce the word culture as well, because if you embed inside an organization some of the things we're discussing here, the importance of having a diverse workforce, the importance of dedicating an organization to the improvement of its workforce. We're here to do a whole bunch of things, including attracting talent, to make sure we're going to grow them and to make sure we go out of our way to grow them. And it's one of those times that most of the time we serve the organization, and there are times the organization is serving us. It's lining up behind somebody's future, somebody's increased skill set. And again, it's very important also, if we are not there, and some of the things we're discussing now, they're not already present. So the organization has to have this on-the-move kind of approach, that it is available for a complex world to keep changing. And change is not just words. It's, if you like that idea, what are you going to do about it? And I know I have this dreaded word that I use at the bank all the time. Who is the accountable executive who's going to make sure that that particular idea happens? And every time they repeat the accountable executive, they smile and look at me, which is fine. But it's important to make sure that somehow the whole core, the metamorphosis of a place, the embedding of new ideas, the incorporation of new thoughts has the discipline. How is it going to work? How is it going to connect with everything else? What kind of resources does it need? Where are the obstacles? How do we measure progress along the way so that we can see it incorporated? I know it sounds very basic, but again, it's part of the alignment. And if you have a culture that combines all that, the right purpose, the right external awarenesses, the need to attract the right talent and retain it and grow it, the fact that new ideas, it could be dealing with COVID, it could be dealing with some social need that has appeared that we weren't aware of before. It gets incorporated in a very disciplined way, and your ability to change is designed in such a flexible way that involves everybody, and it can respond quickly to something that can have a consequence. So all that together, and that becomes part of your culture, then you're really onto something that is ready to respond, and it already incorporates some of the important things we need to do.
I hear a lot the phrase that is purpose-led and future-fit. So I hear businesses nowadays when they say we are purpose-led and future-fit, and they mean exactly as you're saying. And as a way, it says when you are purpose-led, you are future-fit.
Future-proof.
Future-proof, or yeah, exactly.
Because the bank, for instance, 2 or 3 years ago was absolutely fine, but my question was, is it future-proof? In other words, we did a great job, survived 180 years with lots of good things that were important for the country. What do we do next? The other thing is that it's funny how, use a couple of examples of where purpose is fit for purpose. I didn't mean to say that way, but like for instance, when we talk about the EU has all sorts of generic explanations. But when we talk about the EU as a peace project, its purpose is to be a peace project. And it was founded that way. And suddenly you get a different sense of the place.
Exactly.
And if you're going to go negotiate with the EU and you don't have a peace project in your mind, good luck to you. Because we're building a new nation that is going to be at some point the United States of Europe, is going to preserve the peace we agreed to keep around for the last 70 years.
Do you know what that sparks for me? My co-founder has been the co-chair of the International Chambers of Commerce, so business, and its organizing principle was called Merchants of Peace.
Yeah.
So you go back and you say that actually peace has been through trade. Yeah. I needed to have trust, and then that was the enabling environment that said, okay, we're going to be merchants of peace through trade. And at the time, did that get morphed into something else? And we lost that the purpose of this was peace and prosperity. That's what we can create. And the question
and also
is
what we can point to as concrete achievements.
Exactly.
This is, I think, really important as we go forward
At the
with
bank,
COVID.
we're saying that
I know
we
you
are not
have
here
to
to
leave
make
at
money.
some point, but we'll let you quietly slip out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was going to say at the bank, we're not here to make money. We're here to make tomorrow's happen, or tomorrow happen, which is a lot more inspiring in terms of what are the expectations that we set on ourselves and for our society in terms of what we need to produce.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and are you gaining inspiration from this discussion? Are there talking points to that reverberate from the bureaucracy in Brussels down to the real life streets of Hackney?
Yeah, very much so. And I think, Kostas, you made a very important point. And I think, right at the heart of this, we shouldn't forget that, we're dealing with people.
Yeah.
And people has to be at the heart of everything we do. And sometimes I think the danger with these conversations is we get too wrapped up in our own sort of bubbles of conversation, our own echo chambers, And we forget that, at the very heart of what we're trying to achieve is ultimately to live in a much more inclusive society and benefit everyone, right? And I think, in a weird way, COVID is an opportunity now to redefine society. Because if we don't learn from the one thing that COVID has taught us is that we have a lot of inequalities in our society, and it's further amplified them.
Yeah.
And it's, the real task for all of us now, no matter what we do, is about how we learn from the lessons of what's happened before and how we redefine the society that we live in. And I just wanted to give one last sort of point on this specific point, which is that even when we talk about, for example, business strategy and how we should go about to appeal to new customers, or how you make sure that you're future-proof as well. I think we should also remember, I think in cases like the UK or the US, for example, and you see this trend emerging a lot, especially among the younger demographic, is people shop much more consciously as well. So the way they consume is very different to how the older generations consume. So you see now when you look at younger generations, if there are certain brands which is not getting to sort of to time with some of the big movements out there in relation to climate, in relation to the Black Lives Matter movement or other movements, people will stop they're using their purchasing power and they'll move to other brands. So I think it's also in the benefit of business to make sure that it has the people within its organization that can self-reflect on what's happening outside and make sure that it's fit for purpose so that it doesn't lose out on that customer base.
You need to hire and attract them and offer them a place, because at some point they'll run the world.
Yeah.
And with their consumer patterns, that's the future. So we shouldn't forget that.
Yeah, I'm going to need to leave shortly, so if I can just piggyback on this as maybe another thought on there. We don't have time for the younger generation to wake up and take control and power in our current systems. If you just look at the trajectory of travel, because I agree with you, that says, the younger generation, which is earlier humans, their level of consciousness and connection, your point of connection, is very different. Yeah, it's you've got, and this is the conversations that we also see with business leaders and who are saying, okay, as a human being, I don't have this label that I'm a business leader and I've got stripes on my suit and that defines me. It's how I started my conversation today. I'm here as a member of Tribe Humanity. And when we talk to these CEOs who come together, their children are often vegetarian or vegan. Why? Not just because it's too cool for school, but because they understand the effects of animal agriculture on deforestation on the lungs of our planet, and that's generally unhelpful for all of us, right? So the conversations that we're having that we see is that there is a consciousness shift that I think has been accelerated by COVID. It is the thing that gives me hope for humanity. We needed a big pause that could be the breakdown to the breakthrough that the world has been waiting for. Because we talk about we need to change the system. We need to change the system. The system isn't working. Who is the system?
Yeah, what is
we
the
are
system?
the system.
Yeah.
It's us. It's just human beings who happen to be operating according to a certain belief system and these kind of ways of doing things.
And I think it's important that we find the right words for that, as being a wordsmith. And this is really sort of a necessity, virtue created out of necessity.
Yeah.
And what you referred to in the behavior of the vegan children of CEOs, we also see it in dressing. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but since COVID, I couldn't be less interested in buying a new piece of clothing.
Exactly.
And I've watched for a long time our daughter, who's now 27, and most of her friends do all their shopping at what I used to call a second-hand shop.
Right.
And which they now sort of cast as a virtue.
Exactly.
And it is a virtue. And I think there's a lesson for many people in that.
Yeah.
So please keep coming with your questions. Do you have a point from London that you wish to make? I think you're in London.
And Alison, can I give my apologies?
Yes,
Okay. Sorry, Alex, I was just going to say I'm supposed to be going to talk to the OECD exactly around the public-private partnerships of business. So I think I leave you in good hands, because exactly as what Alex is going to be talking to is the enabling environment and what we see about the ability of public-private partnerships, human beings who happen to be in government, who happen to be in business, working together on that. So with my apologies and thanks for that.
Well, Valerie, you take our conversation to them.
We'll do our best on that. Thank you.
If I may, I was going to pick up on Mete's point about what we've learned from COVID, and I think the other really important thing that we've learned is just how much we can adapt. Because if we look, I mean, if you look at our firm, for example, we're a London law firm of 1,000 people, and law is a profession where traditionally people have come in and sat in offices, and we've always thought that really fundamentally that's how we have to work. It's the only way of being able to make that work. Even with the advent of flexible working and so on over recent years, we've really run that central office model. Come COVID, in the space of a week, 1,000 people were working from home. And we've just managed that transition. And I think that you look at the way that different businesses have pivoted, some really admirably, to help the public and shared effort to try to tackle COVID. You look at the way that some businesses have addressed how they look after their people during the downturn, how they've approached looking after their staff as their fundamental stakeholders through this transition. I think we've learned not only the shocking lesson of what was in plain sight around inequalities and fragilities in our world, but also our capacity to actually do something about it and to act. And I think that links into the point that was being made around stakeholders and the human element, Alison, that you were making, which is that ultimately we're all people. All of this stuff and all of these devices and structures that we've made are things of our own invention. The important lesson, I think, for business is that business is there to serve society, and business is run by people who make up society. And so when businesses are thinking about what their purpose is, I think the place to start is at home, which is who do you serve and what's your function? And that leads in then to Kostas's point around why do you exist?
Absolutely.
I'd like to pick up on the readiness point because it's a very, very, very important one. We adjusted, and we actually at the bank, we have a good story as well. We were shocked by the virus and we responded to it quickly and effectively. And because I think to a large measure, we were prepared. We put the whole organization on the move to be prepared for something to happen. When we talked about future-proofing, we never thought that the virus would be a catalyst for that or would be something to respond to in the future-proofing effort. But that effort has really prepared us, and it's that adaptability, which then leads you to the existential question, what else can we do if there is a need? What else can we put in our purpose that can inspire us to transform in that direction, as long as the people and the values are leading us in that direction?
Certainly for young Americans thinking about their election, very important one coming up this fall, they have really been wanting to examine how can we measure this sort of efficiency and really looking at it. We have about 10 minutes left. I'd love to turn to you again, and also for you to offer us some thoughts on, particularly in Greece, people have had to be very resilient and very, very resourceful.
Yeah.
Do you think there are specific things from I don't want to say the Greek experience, because that really sounds a little bit too nice for what the country has been through?
Well, I can just use a couple of sentences on that, because when it comes to purpose, we can say that there is a reality that we are a debt-ridden nation that has been through an awful lot of difficulty, and we're trying to survive. But that isn't inspiring. We are actually a nation that has provided over the last 2,500 years the foundation of what we call the West and what we call the civilization we all live with and we live in and believe in. And therefore, we are trying to return to those values. We're trying to learn the resilience, the innovation, the endurance, the courage
culture,
to go through the
beauty.
culture that helps us go through that. And those things we embody both at the government level, at the private level. There's an awful lot of can-do attitude that's being developed and that we will survive. And I think the idea of getting ready to transform, you see that in many places, private and public, where the transformation is becoming a way of doing things. People are getting their lists, they're getting their accountabilities in order, their duties brushed up to create something that will be a better tomorrow. And I think that as a purpose and as an alignment, I see that all the time reinforced, which is great news.
That's inspiring.
We're not there yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah.
It's for a better tomorrow.
And similar inspiration in London, or different?
I mean, we're probably different on the other side. And I say that because I think one of the biggest concerning things for me is that, you know, when you look at some of the countries which are sort of meant to champion the values of, I guess, the West, you know, like the freedoms that we believe in, the values that we believe in, you know, like whether it's the United States or whether it's the UK, and even to an extent the European Union as well. I think one of the problems we have is that we have weaker institutions, global institutions, in comparison to where they were probably 10 or 20 years ago. We also have weak governance in a lot of these countries that I've mentioned as well. And I think a big test of that is going to be in the American election, because, you know, even when you look at how the US has, you know, led the sort of the global effort on, or hasn't led the global effort on tackling the COVID-19 crisis, I think that's a big problem. We have a big vacuum globally, which is lacking leadership, which doesn't have that, you know, and because you've got Britain turning inwards with Brexit and the way it's governing, you've got the US, again, it's putting America first, and it's turning inwards with Donald Trump. And, you know, it just leaves this huge big vacuum for countries like China and Russia to exert dominance in different ways. And I think for us, you know, we could talk about all of these things, about what we want business to do, what we want society to look like. But ultimately, we need strong international institutions to be able to, you know, address some of these, you know, issues that don't recognize borders. You know, climate change doesn't recognize borders. None of these issues recognize borders. So for me, a big test of that is going to be whether Joe Biden gets elected on the 4th of November, if that's when they find out.
If that's when it's clear, it'll be interesting.
Or how fast Europe moves to fill in that gap.
Yeah.
And what it does.
Yeah.
And can it speak with anything resembling one voice?
Correct.
Well, obviously, there's a great deal for us to mull. I just would like to invite you to offer us some closing thoughts. Perhaps we'll start with Alexander in London.
We lost him.
Not sure that we're all hearing him. So perhaps, hello?
Oh,
Aha.
I think the sound is gone.
You have it now.
You have
It's
it now. Now we're back.
So my short point is one of positivity. I think the message from people, I think the message from the panel is a positive one. I think the challenges are self-evident for us. But the ability for us to have positive impact is clear, and I think from their respective positions, my colleagues here have all shown that real change can be driven. We just need to keep our mind on that purpose.
Yeah, and not be distracted by the millions of things that we can think about to get ourselves through COVID-laden days, which are sometimes difficult to bear because there is no sense of when this begins or has a middle or has an end.
Yeah.
But I think particularly it's appropriate to mention Greek culture. One of the great joys of the last few weeks has been the reopening of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. My husband and I spent a whole day just going through the Greek section there a couple of weekends ago. And really, we have learnt very little in human experience since the beautiful amphoras and everything that is on super display there were created. And it's that spirit of creativity we bring to the Democracy Forum. And I thank very much everybody who is listening in. Keep listening in, keep watching, and wish all those well who want to unite what previously may have been seen as sort of slightly just lucre-dominated commercial activities. It's about reforming society these days, and that's what we intend to discuss. Thank you so much for joining.
Pleasure.
And offering your thoughts.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη της συναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας, όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής, όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα, αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά τα πηγαίνουν στο σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι ένας μαθητής που είχαμε, ο οποίος ήταν 17 χρονών, ήταν από το Ιράκ. Αυτός λοιπόν ο μαθητής ήταν αναλφάβητος στην μητρική του γλώσσα, δεν μπορούσε να γράψει και να διαβάσει. Και μετά από συνεχόμενα μαθήματα εδώ στο Solidarity Now, κατάφερε να κατακτήσει ως δεύτερη ξένη γλώσσα τα ελληνικά και μάλιστα κατάφερε να γράφει και να διαβάζει στα ελληνικά. Και ως εκ τούτου κατάφερε να βρει και μία δουλειά και να ξεφύγει από όλο αυτό το προσφυγικό πλαίσιο.
Θυμάμαι πολύ έντονα τον Αλή, ο οποίος είναι ένα παιδί από το Αφγανιστάν. Ερχόμενος εδώ και με ένα πολύ βεβαρημένο ιστορικό, αναζήτησε τη γνώση. Ήταν πολύ κλειστός, ήταν ένα παιδί πολύ δύσκολο στο να το πλησιάσει, να κερδίσει την εμπιστοσύνη του. Ξεκινήσαμε μαθήματα και πραγματικά με εξέπληξε διότι το συγκεκριμένο παιδί μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα έμαθε να διαβάζει, έμαθε να γράφει, ζητούσε όλη τη μέρα εκπαιδευτικό υλικό. Στο σχολείο του ήταν πάντα τυπικός και ο καλύτερος μαθητής. Όταν τον ρώτησα τι σκέφτεσαι να κάνεις, μου είπε εγώ τώρα θα διαβάσω και θα πάω στο σχολείο. Δεν θα δουλέψω, δεν θα κάνω τίποτα άλλο. Θα διαβάζω και θα πηγαίνω στο σχολείο.
Ο Αχμέτ είναι 45 χρονών, έχει 6 παιδιά, βρέθηκε στις αίρες και ανησυχούσε πάρα πολύ για το πώς θα ανταπεξέλθει, για το πώς θα καταφέρει και αν έχει νόημα να ενταχθεί στο εκπαιδευτικό μας πρόγραμμα. Εμείς τελικά τα καταφέραμε, πήραμε το πολιτήριο δημοτικού και αυτό μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να πάμε σε σχολείο δεύτερης ευκαιρίας. Ο Αχμέτ συνειδητοποίησε ότι η εκπαίδευση αποτελεί μια διέξοδο για αυτόνα, όχι μόνο στα πλαίσια τα στενά του σχολείου της εκπαίδευσης, αλλά και για την ίδια τη ζωή.
Σκέφτομαι μία ιστορία από ένα κορίτσι που είναι τώρα 12 χρονών. Έχει καταγωγή από τη Συρία, από το κουρδικό κομμάτι της Συρίας. Και είναι ένα κορίτσι που παρακολουθεί πολύ σταθερά τα μαθήματά μας. Είναι πολύ καλή μαθήτρια και πολύ όριμο παιδί. Αλλά όλα αυτά που έχει βιώσει φαίνεται ότι την έχουν επιβαρύνει πάρα πολύ. Έχει χάσει πάρα πολλά μέσα από τον πόλεμο αυτό. Αλλά κατορθώνει εμείς και εκείνοι μαζί, έχουμε κατορθώσει να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το παιδί μια θετική σκέψη που δεν υπήρχε πριν και μια αισιοδοξία.
Το πόσο πολλά προσφέρει το πρόγραμμα στα παιδιά, νομίζω το αποδεικνύουν τα γέλια τους, η πρόοδός τους, οπότε θεωρώ ότι για μένα το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι απλά αυτό που χρειάζεται ένα παιδί για να προχωρήσει και να ενταχθεί.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming, it's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept down the stairs and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
At DERE, we believe that the future can be mastered. Our innovative programs and unique facilities meet the rapidly evolving market and the technological breakthroughs. Discover the wide selection of majors and minors, the increased financial assistance, and the combined on-campus and online courses. DERE, create your future self.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη συναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας, όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής, όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα, αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά δεν πηγαίνουν σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι ένας μαθητής που είχαμε, ο οποίος ήταν 17 χρονών, ήταν από το Ιράκ. Αυτός λοιπόν ο μαθητής ήταν αναλφάβητος στην μητρική του γλώσσα, δεν μπορούσε να γράψει και να διαβάσει. Και μετά από συνεχόμενα μαθήματα εδώ στο Solidarity Now, κατάφερε να κατακτήσει ως δεύτερη ξένη γλώσσα τα ελληνικά και μάλιστα κατάφερε να γράφει και να διαβάζει στα ελληνικά. Και ως εκ τούτου κατάφερε να βρει και μία δουλειά και να ξεφύγει από όλο αυτό το προσφυγικό πλαίσιο.
Θυμάμαι πολύ έντονα τον Αλή, ο οποίος είναι ένα παιδί από το Αφγανιστάν. Ερχόμενος εδώ και με ένα πολύ βεβαρημένο ιστορικό, αναζήτησε τη γνώση. Ήταν πολύ κλειστός, ήταν ένα παιδί πολύ δύσκολο στο να το πλησιάσει, να κερδίσει την εμπιστοσύνη του. Ξεκινήσαμε μαθήματα και πραγματικά με εξέπληξε διότι το συγκεκριμένο παιδί μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα έμαθε να διαβάζει, έμαθε να γράφει, ζητούσε όλη τη μέρα εκπαιδευτικό υλικό. Στο σχολείο του ήταν πάντα τυπικός και ο καλύτερος μαθητής. Όταν τον ρώτησα τι σκέφτεσαι να κάνεις, μου είπε εγώ τώρα θα διαβάσω και θα πάω στο σχολείο. Δεν θα δουλέψω, δεν θα κάνω τίποτα άλλο. Θα διαβάζω και θα πηγαίνω στο σχολείο.
Ο Αχμέτ είναι 45 χρονών, έχει 6 παιδιά, βρέθηκε στις αίρες και ανησυχούσε πάρα πολύ για το πώς θα ανταπεξέλθει, για το πώς θα καταφέρει και αν έχει νόημα να ενταχθεί στο εκπαιδευτικό μας πρόγραμμα. Εμείς τελικά τα καταφέραμε, πήραμε το πολιτήριο δημοτικού και αυτό μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να πάμε σε σχολείο δεύτερης ευκαιρίας. Ο Αχμέτ συνειδητοποίησε ότι η εκπαίδευση αποτελεί μια διέξοδο για αυτόν, όχι μόνο στα πλαίσια τα στενά του σχολείου της εκπαίδευσης, αλλά και για την ίδια τη ζωή.
Σκέφτομαι μία ιστορία από ένα κορίτσι που είναι τώρα 12 χρονών. Έχει καταγωγή από τη Συρία, από το κουρδικό κομμάτι της Συρίας. Και είναι ένα κορίτσι που παρακολουθεί πολύ σταθερά τα μαθήματά μας. Είναι πολύ καλή μαθήτρια και πολύ ώριμο παιδί. Αλλά όλα αυτά που έχει βιώσει φαίνεται ότι την έχουν επιβαρύνει πάρα πολύ. Έχει χάσει πάρα πολλά μέσα από τον πόλεμο αυτό. Αλλά κατορθώνει εμείς και εκείνοι μαζί, έχουμε κατορθώσει να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το παιδί μια θετική σκέψη που δεν υπήρχε πριν και μια αισιοδοξία.
Το πόσο πολλά προσφέρει το πρόγραμμα στα παιδιά, νομίζω το αποδεικνύουν τα γέλια τους, η πρόοδός τους, οπότε θεωρώ ότι για μένα το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι απλά αυτό που χρειάζεται ένα παιδί για να προχωρήσει και να ενταχθεί.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming. It's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept
down the stairs and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
At DeRee, we believe that the future can be mastered. Our innovative programs and unique facilities meet the rapidly evolving market and the technological breakthroughs. Discover the wide selection of majors and minors, the increased financial assistance, and the combined on-campus and online courses. DeRee, create your future self.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη ενσυναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας, όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής, όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα, αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά δεν πηγαίνουν σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι ένας μαθητής που είχαμε, ο οποίος ήταν 17 χρονών, ήταν από το Ιράκ. Αυτός λοιπόν ο μαθητής ήταν αναλφάβητος στην μητρική του γλώσσα, δεν μπορούσε να γράψει και να διαβάσει. Και μετά από συνεχόμενα μαθήματα εδώ στο Solidarity Now, κατάφερε να κατακτήσει ως δεύτερη ξένη γλώσσα τα ελληνικά και μάλιστα κατάφερε να γράφει και να διαβάζει στα ελληνικά. Και ως εκ τούτου κατάφερε να βρει και μία δουλειά και να ξεφύγει από όλο αυτό το προσφυγικό πλαίσιο.
Θυμάμαι πολύ έντονα τον Αλή, ο οποίος είναι ένα παιδί από το Αφγανιστάν. Ερχόμενος εδώ και με ένα πολύ βεβαρημένο ιστορικό, αναζήτησε τη γνώση. Ήταν πολύ κλειστός, ήταν ένα παιδί πολύ δύσκολο στο να το πλησιάσει, να κερδίσει την εμπιστοσύνη του. Ξεκινήσαμε μαθήματα και πραγματικά με εξέπληξε διότι το συγκεκριμένο παιδί μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα έμαθε να διαβάζει, έμαθε να γράφει, ζητούσε όλη τη μέρα εκπαιδευτικό υλικό. Στο σχολείο του ήταν πάντα τυπικός και ο καλύτερος μαθητής. Όταν τον ρώτησα τι σκέφτεσαι να κάνεις, μου είπε εγώ τώρα θα διαβάσω και θα πάω στο σχολείο. Δεν θα δουλέψω, δεν θα κάνω τίποτα άλλο. Θα διαβάζω και θα πηγαίνω στο σχολείο.
Ο Αχμέτ είναι 45 χρονών, έχει 6 παιδιά, βρέθηκε στις αίρες και ανησυχούσε πάρα πολύ για το πώς θα ανταπεξέλθει, για το πώς θα καταφέρει και αν έχει νόημα να ενταχθεί στο εκπαιδευτικό μας πρόγραμμα. Εμείς τελικά τα καταφέραμε, πήραμε το πολιτήριο δημοτικού και αυτό μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να πάμε σε σχολείο δεύτερης ευκαιρίας. Ο Αχμέτ συνειδητοποίησε ότι η εκπαίδευση αποτελεί μια διέξοδο για αυτόν, όχι μόνο στα πλαίσια τα στενά του σχολείου της εκπαίδευσης, αλλά και για την ίδια τη ζωή.
Σκέφτομαι μία ιστορία από ένα κορίτσι που είναι τώρα 12 χρονών. Έχει καταγωγή από τη Συρία, από το κουρδικό κομμάτι της Συρίας. Και είναι ένα κορίτσι που παρακολουθεί πολύ σταθερά τα μαθήματά μας. Είναι πολύ καλή μαθήτρια και πολύ ώριμο παιδί. Αλλά όλα αυτά που έχει βιώσει φαίνεται ότι την έχουν επιβαρύνει πάρα πολύ. Έχει χάσει πάρα πολλά μέσα από τον πόλεμο αυτό. Αλλά κατορθώνει εμείς και εκείνοι μαζί, έχουμε κατορθώσει να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το παιδί μια θετική σκέψη που δεν υπήρχε πριν και μια αισιοδοξία.
Το πόσο πολλά προσφέρει το πρόγραμμα στα παιδιά, νομίζω το αποδεικνύουν τα γέλια τους, η πρόοδός τους, οπότε θεωρώ ότι για μένα το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι απλά αυτό που χρειάζεται ένα παιδί για να προχωρήσει και να ενταχθεί.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming. It's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept down the stairs
and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
At Doreen, we
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Secretary-General Buric, Mr. Minister Varviciotis, welcome. It is a reflection on the times we are living through that I am welcoming you, both in person and virtually, to this year's Athens Democracy Forum, which we convene in association with the New York Times. That a global crisis requires us to act this way, to go mainly virtual, only underscores the importance of the forum and of this special, bespoke session that we are holding with the Council of Europe and its Greek chairmanship. The specific reason we must maintain such restrictions on our behaviour is, of course, coronavirus. But the word pandemic comes from the Greek word that literally means all the people. And COVID-19 is certainly not the only threat today the world is threatening and for all its people. Climate change is also a pandemic, and more alarmingly, of an existential nature. Migration shift is a pandemic. They are all afflictions that spread across the globe and affect people everywhere. And all three will be the focus of this special session as our forum launches. In periods of pandemics, the individual tends to acquire a lesser significance as compared to the totality of society. The rights of the individual, human rights, tend to retreat in the face of often forced actions taken in the name of collective will and the name of collective well-being. In this framework, democracies have to tread a fine line between authoritarian actions and respect for human and individual dignity. Governments, institutions like the Council of Europe, and people must work together to ensure that this fine line is not crossed. Our partnership with the Council of Europe this year is designed to augment the role for human rights and how climate change and migration, and now COVID-19, will be confronted. In the next couple of hours, we will hear from Secretary-General Buric and from Minister Varviciotis. Then 2 panels will follow, one on migration, moderated by Alison Smale, and one on climate, moderated by Daniel Holken. And after this, President Sakellaropoulou of Greece will address with a keynote this year's Athens Democracy Forum. Madam Secretary-General, we thank you for being here in person in Athens and for the support of the Council of Europe. We hope that we collaborate in this way with you for many years to come. We hope that the solutions from this forum always reverberate in Strasbourg and its Democracy Forum every November. And we trust that they foster human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Minister Varviciotis, it is so serendipitous that the Greek chairmanship and the Council of Europe and the Athens Democracy Forum are taking place under your chairmanship in such transformational times, where the spirit of ancient but also contemporary Athens can help us reimagine democracy. Above all, we thank all of you, our audience, that are watching us this year from all corners of the globe, as well as all our sponsors, led this year by Facebook, our headline sponsor, and others like EBRD, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, Microsoft, Google, and there's many, many other partners like Simeon Tsomoko's team that has turned this conference into a virtual one. But today's session is proudly brought to us by the Council of Europe and its Greek chairmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Secretary-General of the Council of Europe, Ms. Buric.
Dear Minister Varviciotis, Excellencies, dear Achilles, Tsaltas, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address the Athens Democracy Forum, albeit, as this year's theme suggests, under new, abnormal circumstances. The pandemic is having a profound impact on the way we live, work, and meet, but it must not stop us in our efforts to protect democracy and to promote our common values. Even before the pandemic, we were witnessing growing risks to human rights and the rule of law in Europe. Some of these risks have been exacerbated by the virus and, in some instances, by the way governments have responded to it. I will come to COVID shortly, but allow me first to mention an important European anniversary. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the European Convention on Human Rights. The founding of the Council of Europe in 1949 and the conception of European Convention just 1 year later is a response to the Second World War and the horrors of the Holocaust, are undoubtedly among Europe's greatest achievements. The Convention laid the foundation for the successful European cooperation and integration that followed. However, it seems to me we may be in danger to losing sight of this historical achievement and of its continuing relevance today. Let me explain what I mean. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, the nations that had been separated by totalitarian rule were able to reunite within the European family. The Council of Europe embraced enlargement, an historical achievement and monumental peace project, and until the beginning of the millennium, the organization passed a series of important milestones in the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Europe became a death penalty-free zone, with the notable exception of Belarus, which I hope eventually follow the path to democracy, abolish capital punishment, and finally joins our organization. More than 20,000 judgments of the European Court of Human Rights have been implemented, improving people's lives across the continent. We developed a compendium of some 223 legally binding conventions on issues ranging from child protection to data protection and cybercrime. Our Venice Commission has become the most respected group of constitutional experts in the world, providing independent advice to over 60 countries. And we have created strong monitoring bodies such as the Anti-Torture Committee, CPT, and our anti-corruption body, GRECO, among many others, to oversee how member states are meeting their international commitments. Looking back at that period, Europe's institutions were confident, forward-looking, and largely undisputed. But Europe has changed and its challenges have become more complex. Unfortunately, over recent years, we have seen backtracking on human rights and the rule of law, a major concern of the 47-nation Council of Europe. Some states need to be reminded in no uncertain terms that the rulings of the Strasbourg Court are binding and must be implemented. Others reject the opinions of the Venice Commission. Some states who, less than a decade ago, fully endorsed the Istanbul Convention, our gold standard treaty to combat violence against women, are considering whether to abandon it. And worst of all, we see a resurgence of racism, intolerance, and anti-Semitism in Europe, often fueled by online hate speech and followed by heinous crimes such as the attack on the synagogue in Halle in Germany on Yom Kippur. These are dangerous trends, and their cumulative effect is a gradual erosion of the foundations on which post-war Europe was built. Today, we clearly cannot take our fights and freedoms for granted. Rather, now is the moment in which to reinforce and reinvigorate them. So how should we stem the tide? Just as there is no single cause of the backlash, there is no simple fix. It certainly cannot be fixed with a tweet. Naming and shaming might get us into the headlines, but on the whole, it won't help us greatly to solve the kind of problems we are confronted with today. Our approach must be engaging and convincing. Our response must be based on the legal standards of the Human Rights Convention. When it comes to non-compliance, the organization can trigger an infringement procedure which could potentially, and only after several clearly defined steps, lead to suspension of membership or expulsion. The reintroduction of the death penalty would be one red line. The repeated unwillingness or refusal of a state to implement the court judgments would be another. Sanctions, however, should remain the exception because these go against the logic of dialogue and cooperation on which our organization is based, and which should prevail and lead us to the results we seek. For example, as part of our rapid response to COVID last April, we provided governments with a toolkit and guidance to ensure that the measures taken by authorities to fight the pandemic don't unduly risk the rule of law and protection of fundamental rights. At the same time, we warned of an increase in domestic violence and put forward a series of recommendations to help women in distress. The CPT has kept a close eye on the conditions in which prisoners are kept during the pandemic. We have launched many more COVID-related initiatives with the aim of maintaining the necessary balance between public health and individual rights. Beyond COVID, I have proposed a number of strategic priorities to the organization over the next 4 years. The aim to strengthen the protection of vulnerable persons and step up efforts to fight anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hate crimes. We are about to adopt a new instrument for the protection of human rights in relation to artificial intelligence. And we will strengthen our support for civil society too. This includes a special procedure for the protection of human rights defenders and increasing participation of non-governmental organizations in our own work. For example, with our platform for the protection of journalism and safety of journalists. And finally, we are assessing the impact of climate change on human rights, an important topic which will be discussed here this afternoon. Across the whole field of our activities, we will maximize our cooperation and complementarity with the work of other organizations, in particular with the European Union, our key strategic partner. We have said the multilateralism matters. I want us to show that multilateralism works. Outreach and communication are important for all international organizations today. With the comparatively modest means we have available, I want to focus on success stories that demonstrate the results of our work to political leaders, influencers, and citizens. For example, our online tool called Impact of the European Convention shows how the implementation of the Strasbourg Court's judgments has improved the lives of millions of people across Europe. Before I close, I would like to thank the Greek presidency for steering the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers successfully through an intense agenda. Minister Varvitsiotis, you and your team are doing a wonderful job despite these abnormal times. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Europe's future depends fundamentally on the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. While the trust of economic integration may vary, we must remain steadfast in our defense of human rights. Without human rights, Europe would lose its heart and soul. And that is why we must protect the Convention like it protects us. The Convention is Europe's compass. The Council of Europe will continue to supply the expertise and assistance to help its member states remain on course, not only in the time of crisis. Thank you. And I call now on Minister Miltiadis Varvitsiotis to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, dear Maria. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. It's a pleasure that you managed to join us today in this Athens Democracy Forum in order to discuss something that it's really important and reflects what is our alarming situation in terms of defending our basic values and core values. The new abnormal and reimagining democracy is definitely one of the issues that the Greek chairmanship in the Council of Ministers in the Council of Europe has been at the core of our concern. Actually, in this place, 2,500 years ago, another pandemic caused the demise of the Athenian democracy. At the time, Pericles was making his famous speech about Athenian democracy. He was actually commemorating the first people dead of the plague that actually occurred in Athens, that led, after this obituary speech, led to the defeat from Sparta in their war. That means that any pandemic may cause and actually inflict the core values of our democracy, and therefore we need to think more on how to preserve our basic values in times of confinement. Our basic human rights have been violated by actions of our government during the past few months. The freedom of movement, the freedom of access to work, of access to justice, of proper elections are all being restricted because of the pandemic. And we have to find ways in order to overcome these problems, because definitely the solution is not to go back to totalitarianism, but to go forward in a more elaborated form of democracy. But in this part of the world, in the southeastern Mediterranean, in Greece in particular, we also stand out for other values that definitely are at the cornerstone of our basic system and architecture of security and stability. Because democracy cannot survive in an unstable environment, and human rights cannot be defended when the threat of war is at the door. Therefore, definitely in our core values is the defense of our security and stability. And we want to refrain, and we want all the actors in the international system to refrain from actions that they may cause turbulence in our stability and security. That definitely is correlated with migration and the violation of basic human rights. And I'm talking about what Greece is faced with the past few months, with an unprecedented pressure posed by Turkey through either the instrumentalization of refugees as a political tool in order to destabilize the country, through what has happened last February and March in Ivry's region, or through the use of military means in order to change the status quo. It's important in Europe to defend the borderlines drawn in the past, because through that observations of the existing borders, we can look at the future, and we can look at the future in order to build prosperity and security for our citizens. Dear audience, because we are few in this room, for our chairmanship in the Council of Europe, we have been obliged to move forward to more technical means in order to support our work. And therefore, for the first time for the Council of Europe, we have introduced what we now call an e-chairmanship. At the end of this nice journey of this last 6 months of a very challenging time, that very few events were actually happened in person, but most of them happened digitally, linking and bringing people from all over Europe together. We want to conclude with the adoption of what we say and what we call the Athens Declaration, that is going to address the issues that come from the pandemic and what is the role of rule of law, democracy, and the human rights in terms of a pandemic, how public health is defended and human life is treasured more than economic activity. What are the basic guidelines for the future generations where they are going to be in the position to meet such a challenge like the one that we are meeting today? And definitely we want in one document to comprise what is going to be our community of wisdom as a political legacy for the future generation, and now as a legal document for extra reference. Ladies and gentlemen, with these thoughts, I would like to welcome the initiative of the Athens Democracy Forum to be broadcasted this year digitally, and I hope that we will be able to meet again in person in Athens to celebrate this big event for the treasuring of our democratic values and our democratic prosperity. Thank you all.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on 3 main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. we are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty, unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. Unexpected. Greece. Always epic.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty, unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. Unexpected. Greece. Always epic.
And now we have a truly live panel, which I think is a big achievement in these days of COVID. And so I'm happy to welcome you to what promises to be a really down-to-earth discussion of one of the main challenges that Europe has faced in recent years and continues to face. That is, those challenges posed by migration and the influx of people who are driven from their homes under whatever circumstances into other places, perhaps unwilling or reluctant to accept them. So I have a super panel of practitioners, as it were, but I will start with Ambassador Stefanik, who is following up on the contribution of the Council of Europe to this segment. And I would love to give you the floor so that you can outline how you see the situation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to thank the Democracy and Culture Foundation for the invitation and for this opportunity to address the very topical issue of the migration and human rights. It's not only the topic of this panel, but it's also the core of my mandate to address the human rights of migrants or refugees or people on the move. There are different expressions for different groups. Quite often we are forgetting that migrants are, first of all, human rights beings and human beings with the entitled to enjoy their respective rights. Sometimes I see in the news just the numbers when we speak about their relocation or resettlement, but after every number, behind every number, there is a destiny, there is a human being with its journey from the country of origin until the country of destination. Also, the migrants and the whole issue of migration has become a political one, has become politicized. I don't necessarily like this fact, but we have to take as a reality and take as a reality that human rights are to some extent political, and that the issue of the migration has been politicized throughout Europe, and that creates another layer from political discourse. This sometimes transforms or goes down to the xenophobic or racist or hate speech discourses. I often see them as the comments concerning the various articles in the media when addressing the migration. The challenge is, of course, the main challenge started in 2015, 2016 when migrants or people were moving to Europe en masse. I don't think that we are in a situation of crisis at present. We are more in a situation which has been a challenge for us, but we are not speaking these days about the millions, but rather about hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of people coming to Europe. But another issue is that the migrants and refugees are easy to blame because they are voiceless. There is no one to support them. There is no one to defend them. No state entity or anything, any structure like that. So here there is a role of international community organizations as the UNHCR, IOM, Council of Europe, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to step in and to defend the rights of migrants. We have been focusing in the Council of Europe on vulnerable groups, especially children. We had in the years 2017-2019 the action plan concerning migrant and refugee children. We are now in elaboration of a new action plan which is not loose to focus on children. It will be included, but we will have to go for more broader context of the vulnerable groups, including migrant women, pregnant women, elderly, victims of trafficking in human beings or victims of violence. I would like to underline the issue of education, which is very important for all, of course, all parts of the society, but in particular for migrants and refugees. integration, inclusion, intercultural integration, those are also the issues where we would like to focus in our future work. Of course, we have noticed last week on 21st September, the European Commission launched or presented a new pact on migration. I had a statement with our partners from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and we are hoping that, and we are sure that the pact will live up to the European values, implicitly human rights. One of my messages would be also for a workshop which will follow our discussion, that the migration management can be human rights compliant, can be human rights friendly. How this is to be achieved? By preparation and training, quality decision making, and no tolerance for inhuman or violent treatment. Monitoring is very important also in this case, and I'm happy to see that the new EU Pact, the new draft of the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum includes and comprises also monitoring of various decisions at various stages. We are basing our work on the convention, European Convention on Human Rights, which is 70 years old, and as it was mentioned by the Secretary General just minutes ago, there are different articles with different issues, and I would mention Article 2, right to life, Article 3, which is prohibiting the torture, inhuman or degrading treatment. The convention, of course, is 70 years old.
If I could ask you to
move
slowly towards.
Thank you. And sorry for being so long. But it has been developed very much through the jurisprudence adjudication of the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
It's terrible to have to cut any discussion short on this topic, but I want to make sure everybody has their say. And I'll turn now with that object in mind to Shachar Chazal, who I think has completed what ought to have been a 2-hour journey in about 25 hours of different hopping between planes. But thank you so much for making the effort to come here. You can tell your story. You have 5 minutes.
So first, thank you to the Athens Democracy Forum for having us today at a time where we really need to speak about displacement and speak about what is it like to be a refugee and the atmosphere that is surrounding, the rhetoric that's surrounding displacement. I was born a Palestinian refugee in Lebanon, and let me tell you one thing, no one is born wanting to be a refugee. And that fundamental thought of us being born into displacement or having to face something that leads to displacement, you would think it would soften some hearts around the world today. We're seeing the opposite in a lot of instances. We're seeing a rhetoric of fear from refugees. We're seeing a rhetoric of not accepting the other in so many ways. And for that, it means a lot for a refugee to look at it and say, how can we make this, a better world, a world that includes us, a world that gives us opportunity. And I always like to go back, to the personal experience of growing up in a refugee camp. It was only when Canada gave me a chance in life that I managed to do something out of my life. So those experiences, how much are we highlighting them in the media? And why are we allowing even some leaders to be negative about a group of people that we have become over 50 million people today? Should we penalize someone for saying a negative thing about refugees? Well, maybe. It took us so long for us to penalize people to be saying the N-word or the F-word. So will we one day be penalizing the R-word? Will we be even talking to the media? And today we have a lot of members of the media with us. What kind of stories do we really so much in need today to be highlighting should be our focus when we have to deal with refugees? Just a few weeks ago, I was in Beirut during the Beirut blast. Few weeks after, I'm seeing friends of mine getting on boats, wanting to leave. This just made me realize one thing, that in order for us to be tackling the refugee crisis, we need to tackle actually what is leading for this refugee crisis to happen. And sadly, we're seeing more people displaced. We're seeing more wars. We're seeing We're seeing a lot of people that the other day I was just watching on the news and I saw a kid on a boat. This shouldn't be allowed in 2020. And on top of that, then we're seeing that rhetoric of fear. So here we have two things. We have to go back to the root of what is displacing people. If I take the Lebanon example today, it's not too late. And this is a message today to the entire world. We just saw 2 boats leave the Lebanese shores heading to Cyprus when one of the boats sank. Are we ready to take another refugee crisis? Of course not. So this is the time now to be looking at the roots of refugee crises that are emerging. Because just in no time, we saw what the Syrian war led to. So I want to sum this topic up by saying that the media, we have a huge role. And I really hope one day, as a former refugee and as a Canadian citizen today, I really hope that when I see a president or a prime minister or whoever it is saying the R word in a negative way, that we can actually go back to them and hold them accountable. Because if we don't act with humanity and kindness first, like so many countries and so many people have warmly taken refugees and giving them those tools and giving them that other chance in life. And I always end this discussion by saying, let's really remember that at some point our ancestors, our prophets of God, everyone had to move from one place to another for safety. So the refugee DNA is in us. It's not something foreign. It's not something to fear. It's something that we need to actually tackle, and we need to hold accountable anyone who will come against the humanity in such a context. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that timely reminder that we also must weigh words. Everything is in language. It also illustrated very well the point made earlier that there's no single cause for the refugee and growing anti-refugee sentiment, and there's no single fix either. 2 people who are trying to fix something are here with us in Athens, in their, I believe, native city. I'd like to turn to Sofia Kouvelaki first. She runs the Home Project here in in Greece. And also then to speak with Antigone Liberaki, who runs Solidarity Now here in Greece. And we really feel so fortunate for this one panel to have all live participation. So please give us some of your insights in, of course, 5 minutes. And then we'll have time for maybe a couple of questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. A big thank you to the Athens Democracy Forum, and I'm very happy that it happens under the sponsorship of the Council of Europe, because what we are trying to do here in Athens at the Home Project, we are trying to provide a solution to the significant gap that exists in terms of child protection for lone refugee children in Europe. And I was very happy to hear Ambassador Stefanek saying that you are indeed considering children as part of your new action plan. We think that there should be a specific action plan for children, and especially for lone refugee children. And I'm going to take up the point that Shakir mentioned about the DNA of human nature, which is to move and to migrate. Human nature, we are a migratory species. So one could only wonder, how is it possible in Greece, at the entrance of Europe, to have children that are alone? At the moment, there are more than 4,700 unaccompanied refugee children in Greece, of which 2,600 are outside of protection, meaning in detention, in camps. Fortunately, after the big fire in Moria, all children were transferred from the islands, which is a very positive first step. But what one could only wonder, why did we have to wait until these children were almost burnt alive to do that? So we think it's of utmost urgency to include these children in an official system of protection. And that's what we try to do at the Home Project. We try to offer a holistic network of child protection services in 11 shelters for 220 children in Athens, from newly born babies to 18 years old. The ultimate aim is integration, whether these children will reunify with their parents in Europe or maybe they will stay here and apply for asylum. What we try to show is that only through an individualized approach, through a system of child protection, can we protect these children. It's not enough to only put them in hotels or short-term accommodation. They really need a child protection approach, and we need to institutionalize this approach, meaning that it has to come within European institutions, applying an approach that is not only top-down, it's also bottom-up. It really takes into consideration the real needs on the ground. And we should really stop talking about refugee children. These are children. And we need to show that. We need to integrate these values into action. And we've seen that it's happening. For the past 4 years, we have supported more than 520 children, and many of them are now active and productive citizens because they have received support, because they have received all the services that are necessary. These children need mental health support, social support, legal support, and also education. Education is key to transforming their lives. I'm very happy to just close this with a very important success story for us. We had a child that is now studying at Sciences Po, Paris, and an accompanied refugee child that arrived here all alone after having passed a terrible journey. And through education, he's now in one of the most successful universities in Europe. So what we want to say that it is possible, but we need the support of
and that is a heartening example, and I think we've seen other such ones in Europe, and it's really important for the media to highlight this. Can I turn to you now so that we round out this live round? And please remember to send us questions if you have questions on this all-important subject of migration and refugees.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to talk about human rights and refugees. The truth of the matter is that human rights do not stop at the gate. They should be respected and upheld, not only at the point of reception, but also at the long period following reception, that is, during integration. However, the sad story is that in Greece, as elsewhere in Europe, the point of reception and conditions of first reception capture all the attention. The first reception process somehow takes all the space in the public imagery. It triggers very strong feelings, very often negative, and it somehow leaves no space for the really crucial matter, which is how to integrate and live together and offer life chances. So the thesis I'm going to propose today is that based on our experience in Solidarity Now, the battle for human rights can be fought and won only in relation to integration. And why is this so? It is so because by focusing exclusively on reception, we somehow do not take into account the refugee point of view, the person's, the individual point of view, by making him or her just somebody who waits in a limbo situation while others fight the good fights for her or his legal status. We somehow create a situation where we drill holes in their biographies and they become voiceless and we rob them of their agency. It is very important to go back and see how we can offer a meaningful objective, a purpose for these people's lives while we give the battle for their legal status.
If I could ask you to wrap up very quickly.
I'm going to wrap up very quickly saying that we have interacted with 250,000 refugees and vulnerable people over the past 6 years as Solidarity Now, but our most recent endeavor is to help with the relocation of unaccompanied minors from the islands and from the Evros area in hotels in northern Greece. We are involved with 120 youths, boys mainly, in Kozani, Velvedo, and in Epirus, in Konitsa. What we learned from this is the following. First, we hope to bring reception and integration together by giving them meaning and a purpose in their lives, when we don't care if they're going, in 2 years they will be in Greece or elsewhere, because their life should continue. And the second is that we need to take into account local communities when trying to find solutions for refugees, because if we don't let them know in advance, if we don't discuss with them that there's going to be a number of children who are going to stay next to your community for a number of months, those who are good-natured and they would really want to welcome these children but are afraid due to COVID, they need to be reassured and taken into account. And the others who are very negative and would never respond positively, they take the lack of information as an excuse to endeavor into horrible negative.
Sort of say we weren't told, we weren't prepared.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the point is integration. Integration is a long journey, but as every long journey, it needs a first step. And if we don't take this first step together, we shall never get there.
Yes, very well and clearly said. I'd like to go back to your experience as a Palestinian refugee. Is there one particular point in your life, aside from the kindness shown by Canada, that for you indicates this is a practice that you could expand? Is there one thing? And then I'd put the same question to Ambassador Stefanik. What are the steps that bigger authorities can take to ensure that what you've been discussing about integrating in villages and so on, that actually happens?
Yeah, one of the things I clearly remember, which builds up on the point of inclusion, is when I was a kid, I used to love when I would go to places where I'm not labeled as a refugee child, or I can just be be a regular kid. So the simple acts of inclusion will really make a refugee feel that, no, I'm part of a society. I need to contribute to the society. When you include someone in your community, then you can count on them for contributing even further to that community. And we've seen some great success stories around as a result of that inclusion.
For example?
For example, the swimmer, the Syrian swimmer who swam across the sea but became an Olympics, that on its own is a success story. And for millions of refugees, that is hope. Because today, hope is somewhat missing in that equation. For a refugee. So when you bring it with these lively examples and builds up on the media's role in this, also highlighting this, not only highlighting the things that make people cry, but also the things that make people laugh and celebrate. When we've seen movies win Oscars when it comes to actually that kind of spirit, like Slumdog Millionaire, for example. For a refugee kid, that is hope. So once we add hope to the equation, with great work around as well, I think we can make a step forward, and we do need that first step.
We need that exuberance and energy that you bring to the task too.
Having me here is another example of that. If any refugees watching today, with you folks, this is also hope.
Yeah, we hear your cause. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy that we have you among us and to hear your personal story. We had something similar. On 2nd of July, we were introducing a new handbook on family reunification, and we have one young lady who went through the process of reunification. Her father was in London, and she was from Iran, and they got reunited, and now she is the youth delegate to the Youth Council of Europe Youth Forum. So that's also a good example, and I'm very happy that she is within the Council of Europe system. We have heard many words replicated a number of times: integration, inclusion, children. That is the key to the problem or to the issue. There are some good examples where I've seen at the local level to provide education for children, refugee or migrant, or just children. For instance, in Milan, in Italy, in Bosnia, Herzegovina. I would like to also flag one project which we have within the Council of Europe, which is the European Qualifications Passport for Refugees. It's kind of, I would say, analogy or it's maybe similar to Nansen passport, which were issued by in the 20th century, at the beginning. But these passports are kind of certificates which are issued by our colleagues from the Council of Europe and by the experts who consider or who evaluate the qualification of refugees, either to be placed on the labor market or to advance with their education, so to be admitted to the higher education universities. And this is being done, and it has brought concrete results, concrete certificates, and concrete examples where refugees were admitted to the universities or could find jobs.
Yes.
Thank you.
Super examples. Yeah. The last 8 minutes go to what is being done here in Greece. And Sophia and Antigone, I know you know each other well, so perhaps you can start off with what.
Thank you.
What is your main message to people who've journeyed to Athens to find out more about this?
The issue of education is very important, especially for unaccompanied children. I mean, these children have lost about 3 to 4 years of education only because of the journey. Mm-hmm. If we add another 3 to 4 years because of war and persecution in their countries of origin, then we risk having a lost generation. And this is why we choose to give a big emphasis, and we need to give a big emphasis on education, not only on a national level, but on an EU level. Again, there needs to be a strategy of education for children that are in Europe, refugee children in Europe. What we do is we do partnerships with Greek schools, where we do programs that we call youth to youth. Every child that is with us buddies up with a student from the school, and then we do a specific curriculum with teachers from the schools. And through private donors, we have managed to do a full-time program catered only to the needs of the children we care for. This is very important because, as Antigone said, integration takes time. And for these kids to be ready to receive education, there needs to be a preparatory phase where there's language support, mental health support. There needs to be a time where they are ready to be receivers of education. Mm-hmm. And when that happens, we've seen little miracles happen. We've seen a child going to one of the best universities in Europe. We have kids that play in athletic teams, professional athletic teams like Panathinaikos, which is one of the biggest teams in Athens. We've seen kids develop their talents like drawing, others are good at, each gets the tool that they need to be able to open their wings and fly and create a future for themselves and stop being the victims and they are the creators of their future. And that's a very important transition for children and youth to stop seeing themselves as being a refugee. The moment we call a child a refugee, there's a gray curtain falling in front of their face. They start being, what you said, a human being with equal rights and equal opportunities. But we really need to make a strategy for that. And this is where political actors and institutional actors can really help us.
Thank you.
Staying on the issue of education, we are very concerned at Solidarity now because we work on 14 camps throughout Greece and we do child protection, we interact with children, thousands of children. This year, due to COVID and due to COVID cases in the camps, and due to social distancing and irregularities at school, we have not been able to enroll them normally. So these children who went to school last year are running the risk of having another lost year education-wise in their lives. And they're starved for education because education, what our own children hate going to school and getting back every day. For these people, it is the oxygen of life. It is their pretense of normalcy. It is their routine. It is very, very, very important.
So, I mean, obviously a very easy way to sum up this panel is to say it's education, education, education. But I think it basically is education, education, education. And we know from our own societies that the poorer people at the poorer end of those societies, that's when education is needed as well. And I think one of the main points we could perhaps take away here is the need not to treat refugee children or indeed refugees themselves as apart from main society. This is a societal phenomenon, unfortunately. The number of refugees and people on the move is growing. And unless we start out by recognizing that the only way to give these people a worthy existence is to integrate and to help and not to treat them as other, only then will we actually manage to make progress. I know that this is a very sort of certain kind of policy pronouncement. I covered the refugee crisis in Europe in 2014, 15, 16. And we all know that it's real and that it shouldn't be left to one country in Europe to shoulder the burden. And we need to have more efforts such as those that have been undertaken by the Council of Europe. So in really absolutely closing this, I want to thank you again for coming. I know that it seems a long way to travel, perhaps, in your case, a very epic journey, one more epic journey in the epic journey that is your life. But it is very important for the wider world to think about this and just stop and think for a minute or two, at least, about there but for fortune go I. So I thank you very, very much, and please keep up the good work. And I believe that we have about 3 more minutes for people to think about these themes. I really was struck by the comment that was offered that there's no one cause and therefore no one fix. And most important thing is for us to keep it broad all the time, not fixate on one particular thing. Really, the plight of refugees is so much worse if you go to places like Africa or parts of Asia. And we shouldn't necessarily have to use expertise and resources of institutions like those of the United Nations to solve a situation in Europe where there is indeed enough money and resources to go around. So thank you so much for taking part.
Thank you.
If you have one message that you'd like me to carry, I'll gladly do it. We can chat perhaps afterwards. Go ahead.
I think I love the word inclusion being repeated so many times today because, that's our first step. And, together being here is also another step. And we are increasing. And again, the root of displacement needs to also be addressed because now we have fresh issues going on and we can tackle them early in the process before we have to be kind on the other side of the ocean or the other side of the continent.
A perfect way to sum it all up. Thank you very much. I'm told we're out of time and we'll continue on very, very soon. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. Maybe you still have your job. Or maybe you need to find something new. Maybe you're your own boss. who built a business from the ground up. A business that, in spite of everything, is still open for business. And maybe you're trying new ways to be found. But maybe things aren't that simple. Maybe you need to start over. Build on the skills you already have. Or maybe take the opportunity to learn something new. Maybe this, or this aren't your strong points. But with a little bit of help, maybe, just maybe, things will be better.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming, it's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept down
the stairs and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη συναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά δεν πηγαίνουν σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι ένας μαθητής που είχαμε, ο οποίος ήταν 17 χρονών, ήταν από το Ιράκ. Αυτός λοιπόν ο μαθητής ήταν αναλφάβητος στην μητρική του γλώσσα, δεν μπορούσε να γράψει και να διαβάσει. Και μετά από συνεχόμενα μαθήματα εδώ στο Solidarity Now, κατάφερε να κατακτήσει ως δεύτερη ξένη γλώσσα τα ελληνικά και μάλιστα κατάφερε να γράφει και να διαβάζει στα ελληνικά. Και ως εκ τούτου κατάφερε να βρει και μία δουλειά και να ξεφύγει από όλο αυτό το προσφυγικό πλαίσιο.
Θυμάμαι πολύ έντονα τον Αλή, ο οποίος είναι ένα παιδί από το Αφγανιστάν. Ερχόμενος εδώ και με ένα πολύ βεβαρημένο ιστορικό, αναζήτησε τη γνώση. Ήταν πολύ κλειστός, ήταν ένα παιδί πολύ δύσκολο στο να το πλησιάσει, να κερδίσει την εμπιστοσύνη του. Ξεκινήσαμε μαθήματα και πραγματικά με εξέπληξε διότι το συγκεκριμένο παιδί μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα έμαθε να διαβάζει, έμαθε να γράφει, ζητούσε όλη τη μέρα εκπαιδευτικό υλικό. Στο σχολείο του ήταν πάντα τυπικός και ο καλύτερος μαθητής. Όταν τον ρώτησα τι σκέφτεσαι να κάνεις, μου είπε εγώ τώρα θα διαβάσω και θα πάω στο σχολείο. Δεν θα δουλέψω, δεν θα κάνω τίποτα άλλο. Θα διαβάζω και θα πηγαίνω στο σχολείο.
Ο Αχμέτ είναι 45 χρονών, έχει 6 παιδιά, βρέθηκε στις αίρες και ανησυχούσε πάρα πολύ για το πώς θα ανταπεξέλθει, για το πώς θα καταφέρει και αν έχει νόημα να ενταχθεί στο εκπαιδευτικό μας πρόγραμμα. Εμείς τελικά τα καταφέραμε, πήραμε το πολιτήριο δημοτικού και αυτό μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να πάμε σε σχολείο δεύτερης ευκαιρίας. Ο Αχμέτ συνειδητοποίησε ότι η εκπαίδευση αποτελεί μια διέξοδο για αυτόν, όχι μόνο στα πλαίσια τα στενά του σχολείου της εκπαίδευσης, αλλά και για την ίδια του ζωή.
Σκέφτομαι μία ιστορία από ένα κορίτσι που είναι τώρα 12 χρονών. Έχει καταγωγή από τη Συρία, από το κουρδικό κομμάτι της Συρίας. Και είναι ένα κορίτσι που παρακολουθεί πολύ σταθερά τα μαθήματά μας. Είναι πολύ καλή μαθήτρια και πολύ όριμο παιδί. Αλλά όλα αυτά που έχει βιώσει φαίνεται ότι την έχουν επιβαρύνει πάρα πολύ. Έχει χάσει πάρα πολλά μέσα από τον πόλεμο αυτό. Αλλά κατορθώνει εμείς και εκείνοι μαζί έχουμε κατορθώσει να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το παιδί μια θετική σκέψη που δεν υπήρχε πριν και μια αισιοδοξία.
Το πόσο πολλά προσφέρει το πρόγραμμα στα παιδιά, νομίζω το αποδεικνύουν τα γέλια τους, η πρόοδός τους, οπότε θεωρώ ότι για μένα το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι απλά αυτό που χρειάζεται ένα παιδί για να προχωρήσει και να ενταχθεί.
Hello, my name's Daniel Holtgen. I work for the Council of Europe, and I have the great honour and pleasure to host a panel here today on environment, climate change, and human rights. I want to tell you a bit about that in a moment. Before that, however, I want to introduce a really exquisite panel to you. I am so honoured to have three such experienced and really high-profile panelists today. And I would like to start with Clover Hogan. Clover is what I would call a global citizen. She was born in Australia. She worked and studied in Indonesia. She lives in London today. And she is exquisite in a way because she spent half of her life saving this planet. And she does this by talking to young people, encouraging young people to throw away their inhibitions and their angst and work for a better future. I think you should speak more often to older people as well, like myself, to encourage them to have that motivation. You work for various organizations as a strategist, as an advisor, as a consultant. So it's not only young people who benefit from your advice and your experience, it's also companies and the public sector. So thank you very much for joining us on this panel. It's a great honor for me to host this panel with you. Can I then turn to Aaron Kramer. Welcome to the panel. You are president of BSR, which I guess stands from business and social responsibility, but I think you're moving also into more broader issues, poverty, fighting poverty, and also climate change. You advise 250 member companies on these issues, and also you advise and are on the boards of big multinationals such as Marks and Spencer's and SAP. You've co-written a book called Sustainable Excellence, the future of business in a fast-changing world, and you're often quoted in many media such as Figaro, the Financial Times, Le Monde, and others, and I'm sure you'll be quoted in many more, particularly after this session. Welcome to the panel, Aaron.
Thank you.
Paul, it's also a great honor to have you on the panel. You are the co-founder and chair of Imagine. You work with business leaders to address climate change, so you're very, very suitable and equipped to advise us here on this panel today as well. You sit on many boards and advise the International Chamber of Commerce, the Said Business School at Oxford University, and also an organization called the B Team. I think you're very much part of the A team today. And of course, we shouldn't forget that you were CEO of Unilever for 10 years. And for that, you were described as a standout COE of CEOs. That was COE is the acronym of my organization. Sorry, Council of Europe. CEO of the past decade. But you're very much present here. And one thing that we have in common, which I read, I'm not sure if it's true, you once considered priesthood in the Catholic Church. I don't know if that's true. Well, we've both taken a different way, but I think all of us here today are working for a better future and using our experience for a better future, for future generations. Let me just tell you about the Council of Europe and the environment. This is a relatively new area for the Council of Europe. Indeed, the European Convention on Human Rights doesn't actually mention the environment, but more and more people are turning to us, turning to the European Convention to solve environmental problems. In fact, already 300 cases have been dealt with at the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, dealing with the issue of environment. Sometimes not directly. Sometimes it's the issue of the right to property, the right to family life, and also the right to a fair trial and other issues. For example, already in 1994, a Turkish citizen took a case to the court because a waste disposal facility caused a methane explosion and 9 people lost their lives. And she took the Turkish authorities and the government to court successfully, and she claimed the violation of the right to life. But more recently, what is very interesting is not only individuals taking their case to our court, but the member states themselves having to change their legislation because their governments have been taken to national courts with the European Convention in mind and as a background. So you probably all know the case of the Netherlands, which has now changed its climate objectives because it was taken to its Supreme Court on the basis of the European Convention on Human Rights. So human rights and the environment are connected today. The question is, how can we address this as individuals? So I would like, if I may, to start with a question to you, Clover. You have spent a lot of time working with young people in particular, trying to get rid of their angst, their inhibitions, and turning that helplessness into something active. Now, we're all faced at the moment with a completely different crisis, the pandemic. Do you think we can turn people's justified, perhaps, fear that they have into something more positive, to look beyond the pandemic or to help overcome it? I think some of your work is related to the mental state of mind when we are faced with crises. How do you think we can improve that situation in the face of the pandemic?
Absolutely. So the climate crisis is the symptom of broken systems. From the clothes I'm wearing to the food in my fridge or how I got here from London. And so the change that is required is at that system level. There is no hope in another 10 years of incremental change. Now, the bedrock of these broken systems is a system of capitalism based on limitless growth with finite resources entrenched in a centuries-long history of the oppression of marginalized communities of color, of women, of indigenous people, the custodians of our land. And it's also based on a millennia-long history of the commodification of nature, valuing the tree not for its ecosystem services and the oxygen that enables us to breathe, but for the table it provides or the palm oil going into one of our chocolate bars. Now, ecological crises, of which the pandemic is one, the pandemic is caused by this exploitation of nature, show us not just how broken these very systems are, but how fragile and how ripe for disruption. We have an opportunity before us as we're forced to press pause on our hyper-consumptive, globalized lives to think about the future that we want to create and to think about how each and every one of us, politicians, business leaders, concerned mums and dads, students, can step up to become custodians, to rethink so much of how we live, breathe, and exist in the 21st century. And I believe that one of the most underutilized and one of the most powerful tools that we have is that of mindset. For me, the threat greater even than climate change, greater even than any pandemic, is the feeling of powerlessness in the face of these existential threats. Fear is an incredible motivator when it relates to an immediate threat. For our ancestors, a saber-toothed tiger leaping at us from the bush, or for us, for me in London, someone on an e-scooter swerving onto the sidewalk. But fear, in the context of an existential challenge, like climate change, like a pandemic, fear breeds apathy. It breeds nihilism. It breeds the belief that we are too small to make a difference and that the system is too broken to create meaningful change. And that is why I believe that one of the most powerful things that we can do is begin to rewrite the stories that we hold to be true about the world and about our role in it, and shift from this place, as you said, of anxiety to real agency.
That's fascinating. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I talk to you, Aaron, turn to you? I have a question to you. You've worked with governments and international organizations, with businesses in tackling climate change. How do you think you could work, or how could these entities work to promote fundamental rights. Is that the same kind of issue? I mean, freedom of speech, freedom to go out and demonstrate? Because we are seeing, as our Secretary General said earlier on, some erosion of our fundamental rights. Is that something that concerns businesses as well as climate change? Does it interact? What's your view on this?
Thank you, Daniel. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Speaking from the United States, let me start by saying that our democracy here is undergoing an existential test right now. And I don't know if any of you were up at 4 a.m. in Athens to watch our presidential debate, but I fear that democratic norms and institutions and processes are facing a very substantial challenge. This is something that Europeans know all too well from the tragic history of the 20th century. We cannot take democracy for granted, and there is absolutely a role for business to play, and a role that business, in my view, must play to help reinforce the very foundational element of our societies. Our societies cannot thrive in a place where democracy recedes, and no business can either. So this is one of our additional challenges, in addition to climate, in addition to COVID, in addition to the erosion of human rights. I think for businesses, it's time to think about how they can help create 21st century social contracts that reinforce democratic principles, ensure that the private sector and capitalism is aligned towards social benefit and not just the privatization of benefit, ensure that people can have the livelihoods that they need to thrive, ensure that businesses have access to the kinds of capabilities and talents that they need to thrive, and then also take on 21st century challenges that were never part of the social contract previously. How do we transition to a net zero carbon economy in a way that ensures that people are not left behind? And of course, as Clover said, marginalized communities, including racial minorities and also women, are disproportionately at risk from climate change. So we have to build a net zero economy that ensures that all can participate. And then we have to think about technologies. How can we bring new technologies to market, capture the amazing opportunities they present, while also ensuring that human rights are protected? I'll close with a brief story. I came to BFR 25 years ago tomorrow to start a human rights program. At that point in corporate America, there was one person with the word human rights on a business card. Today, I think we've seen hundreds, if not thousands of companies embrace the human rights agenda, and we need to reinforce that and advance that at a time when all of these systemic changes are flowing together to create the need to make sure that all of our rights are protected. And that's the only way we can thrive.
Thank you very much for that response. And I would like directly to turn to Paul. We've spoken a lot about how governments have responded to the pandemic. And our Secretary General was speaking about multilateral cooperation. In fact, some people have been missing multilateral cooperation. States have been having very different responses, perhaps not very coordinated. Where do you think there is a possibility for proper multilateral cooperation in fighting the pandemic, but also in climate change? Where do you see the deficits, and where would you like to see more and better multilateral cooperation on the pandemic and on the climate change? And again, the same question, do you see any links between the two?
I also think that the ESG multi-stakeholder, longer-term business models are actually accelerating. The crisis has shown that companies that operate under the more responsible models, taking care of multiple stakeholders, are not surprisingly also the ones that do better during the crisis. Better engaged employees, less pressures, if you want to, better relationships with their suppliers. Now, what we've seen in the COVID crisis once more, I think, is the difficulty of global governance that we now face, as well as governments at a national level. Increasingly, the issues that we face, like the issues of the interdependence of the financial market, cybersecurity, climate change, and now also the pandemics, require without any doubt a global response. These issues know no borders, if I may call it that way. And yet we have seen that we got about 86 countries putting export restrictions in place around PPE materials. We've seen a lack of cooperation between governments in terms of solidarity. The developing markets, in fact, hardly any cause of the issues that we're now facing, have gotten virtually zero support from the developed markets. So global governance is without any doubts at a low. And the reason it is at a low is that most of the institutions that have been created were created 70 years ago at the time of Bretton Woods. And frankly, unlike businesses or others who might have adjusted their strategies 10, 15, 20 times, global governance has not evolved. The second reason why we have a deep drought in global governance is because of the people we've elected. Because we frankly haven't addressed the issues of climate change, of inequality, of exclusion from our economic process, it is without any doubt that people have turned to the polls to express their dissatisfaction. And unfortunately, this has resulted in many countries, from Brazil to Mexico to Russia to Turkey to the US, in a form of populism or nationalism that is not conducive for rationally solving these issues that we're talking about. And the debate you saw yesterday night is probably a sad lowlight, may I say, in what politicians giving us now as examples of what type of leaders we have elected. The reality is that we're not moving fast enough. Even before COVID, we were on the trajectory of a 3-degree plus global warming. And despite all the noise that was out there, we see the traction being well below what is needed. We only have 12 countries or 13 countries that have now come in with higher ambitions on climate change versus their Paris submissions. Most countries are still well behind what the original agreements were. On the private sector, we have seen movement, and movement has accelerated, no question about it. But we also have to be honest there. Only about 25% global GDP has made climate commitments. And if you really look at the commitments that are needed for Paris to stay at net zero by 2050, that number goes down significantly, about 1,000 companies or slightly more than that. So as Clover pointed out, we cannot expect the changes that we need to happen if we keep operating in a system that is not designed to give us the results that we are after. So increasingly, we need to look at some of the parameters that need to solve these issues. And it cannot happen with the private sector alone, nor can civil society do this alone. We really need the governments to work together and put the right frameworks and conditions in place to move that possible. The first thing would be, for example, a financial market that needs to be focused on the longer term, so that businesses get the space to address these issues. Currently, many businesses will simply complain that they don't get the space to work on these multi-stakeholder models. The second thing we need to do is start to measure different things. If we only measure the return on financial capital, this is what we get. Maximizing shareholder return has only brought us so far. And frankly, that's not what we want, we're discovering. 90% of people don't like this form of capitalism. So we need to move to a system where we also measure environmental and social capital. call it a national well-being or happiness index. And governments are starting to look at that. The third thing is that we need to force the broader cooperation. The issues that we are talking about today on this panel are of such magnitude that none of them can do this alone. So business, civil society, and the government need to get together to attack these issues. Not only putting new frameworks in place around the long-termism or different ways of accounting, but also aggressively putting the policies in place to ensure that we have a green recovery. Then the biggest issue of social injustice is not only the victims that we see currently, it is the wave of unemployment that is coming, that is disproportionately going to affect once more the young, the women, and the vulnerable, just as we've seen in the first wave of COVID. And it requires all of us to look at a recovery that actually generates the right jobs, more resilient jobs, better paying jobs, more respected jobs. And it happens to be that a conversion to a green economy by taking care of our biodiversity, retrofitting buildings, moving to mobility systems, investing in education and R&D, all these things give us a better return on investment and create the right jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past. Unfortunately, my final sentence, of the $12 trillion that governments now collectively have spent, mainly in Europe and the US, to stabilize this economy, not even to rescue it or come out of it, only a very minor percentage of that spending has gone to greening the economy. And in fact, we are spending double the amount of support behind the old fossil fuel industries than we do with the new. We missed the boat during the financial crisis in 2007, 2008. It gave us Trump, it gave us Brexit. We don't want to miss the boat again, because these cycles don't wait 10 years. And they're going to become to such an extent that they are irreparable. And we're at that crucial moment now. So this is not only a warning sign for all of us, but it is a sign that this is the moment to rise to the challenge. And I agree once more with Clover that the main asset that is missing now, the main thing that we need is this human willpower to attack the issues. Do we really care? And that's probably something we need to focus on more than some of the mechanics of how to do it.
Thank you, Paul. A lot of food for thought there. One thing that came to mind was you were talking about governments, multinationals, that we have missed the boat. Luckily, there was another boat in the next sentence, and we can jump on that one, I noticed. But one thing you mentioned only in passing, and this brings me back to Clover, but the question goes to all of you. We may have missed the boat for our generation, but what about the next generation? And what about youth involvement? All these decisions you've talked about are made by people, mainly men, mainly white men, above 40, including myself. Where is diversity in this? How can we bring young people into the decision-making process? In economics, in multilateral decisions, in parliaments? Or is this simply wishful thinking or an illusion? Maybe I'll ask you first for a response, Clover.
Sure. So.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's a really great question because it's something that I've been thinking about a lot in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement and our failure in the climate and environmental space to shift the conversation away from polar bears and solar panels to how climate solutions must deliver fair, equitable, social contracts where we all have equal access to opportunity, where we all have the right to live dignified, respectful lives built on purpose. And we need to become much better at shifting conversations from closed-door rooms to involve and center the very people who are experiencing these impacts firsthand. I come from a bubble of privilege, and while I might have the opportunity to speak in air-conditioned rooms about climate change, there are young people on the front lines of this movement whose livelihoods are at stake, whose homes are getting swept away by rising sea levels, whose food systems are collapsing. And until we deliver solutions that are inclusive and that position the very stakeholders in the center of these conversations, all of our proposed solutions are going to be linear in the context of exponential challenges. So it's critical that we come at this from the question of who isn't in the room and how can we get them there. And in terms of the role of intergenerational exchange, I feel with the Youth Strikes for Climate, there's been a bit of a breakdown in communication, and there has been a lot of othering and a lot of blame getting thrown around. And I've worked with a lot of adults who kind of point the finger at young people and say, well, you don't know what you're talking about, you don't understand how complex this is, and lots of young people pointing the finger and saying, well, you're the reason we're in this situation. And ultimately, our conversations need to shift beyond that point to appreciate that actually we can deliver these solutions when we bring together the energy of young people with the knowledge of experience. But that will only be made possible when the people in existing positions of power choose to give up that power, and that's difficult. Power does not naturally give itself up, and yet we must reduce power to the smallest unit possible so that more people, marginalized communities, can come into the center of this conversation and be supported to deliver on the solutions.
Thank you very much. Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to generational justice, which is incredibly important, there's a very practical way that this is influencing how the world is changing. One of the reasons that some of the oil and gas companies have begun to move on climate change more decisively is because they recognize that they can no longer attract the best and the brightest. They simply won't have an employee base if they don't join the 21st century and contribute what's needed in a very profound way on climate. It's very unlikely that Amazon would have moved on climate without a very public display from its employees, and mostly its younger employees, to demand quite publicly that the company adopt an approach that was compatible with what we need to do on climate. I'll flatter Paul a bit, and I know that when he was the CEO of Unilever, Unilever would appear in various lists of the most desirable places to work amongst Gen X and Millennial and Gen Z, or Gen Z and Millennials, because of the company's commitment to sustainability. And it was seen, Unilever's been seen as a cool place to work because of that commitment. So businesses have to understand that the talent, 21st century talent, expects that we take on these big social issues, not least climate change. And without that, the pool of talent will not be available, and no company can possibly survive or thrive without that.
Thank you. Paul.
You know, the issue of the young is terribly important, but there is a bigger issue that is coming out with COVID as well, and that is the issue of exclusion of too many people. A world where too many people feel they're not participating or be excluded ultimately rebels against itself. And what COVID has shown is the discrimination that is happening between many different things. The developing countries I talked about, the generational difference you mentioned, the communities difference of indigenous people versus others which have disproportionately been affected, the differences between ethnic classes we've talked about, the difference in gender. What this has done is brought to the foreground that this world is functioning for increasingly fewer people at the expense of others. We now have a small group of 500 people that own $6 trillion. The top 4 people own over $500 billion, and we know them by name. And since January, their combined wealth has gone up 700 billion, whilst the rest of the world is suffering. These increasingly smaller islands of prosperity in these oceans of poverty are not going to work. So the essence of the Sustainable Development Goals is to leave no one behind. The essence of that is total inclusion. We cannot make things work if we don't first and foremost put the people we serve in the middle and respect in the process that we find solutions for the people on the ground, not for the few that again will work very hard to make the current system stick as it works for them. So the young have a special role to play because it happens to be that 50% of the world population is below 35 years old. They happen to be 100% tomorrow. It's also that they're paying the biggest brunt of this crisis. In the unemployment I talked about, 90% have not been able to go to school, and many of the suffering, again, falls under especially girls or the younger age, not least to talk about the enormous level of debt that will again be carried forward to future generations. So it is absolutely imperative that we not only involve the young in everything we do, that we not only give the young a seat at the table, but more importantly, that it is time to give them the table. As you see with Clover, they're more creative, they understand technology, they have an expansive mindset of opportunity, they know better what collaboration is, and yes, they are more purpose-driven and more passionate about their futures. So we, as a generation that we are, it's not our fault, we're trying to do our best, but we need to work harder than what we currently are doing to invite them and to make them part of all these efforts. I'm happy to be part of the UN, where I chair for the Secretary General, the UN Global Compact, and there is an extensive effort behind UN 75 and other things to reach out to the young and to ensure that we include them. And that should be true for all other efforts we are involved in.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a final question and maybe combine it with a question from somebody in the audience. Metropolitan Seraphim Kikotis asked the question whether governments are doing enough to sponsor green business and a green economy. But I would like to combine that with perhaps a slightly more provocative question to all of you. I mean, all of you have worked in business, in consumer business to a certain extent, and we tend to see young people also as young consumers. If I look at what my children have and all the kinds of toys that are produced all over the world, which then end up on the kind of waste treatment center that blows up because there's a methane explosion and people die. Can we educate ourselves and our next generations to do with less? Because at the moment it seems that's not working. Consumerism is just expanding. New products are coming on the market all the time. That seems to be part of our economic cycle. If something is broke, you buy something new. Things break more frequently. This is consumerism. It hasn't stopped, and the young generation is taking part in this. So I think the provocative question is, you know, you're motivating us for a better future, to do more for the environment, but are you prepared to lead a simpler life and not to take part in this consumerism? I'll turn to you, Clover, first.
Okay, so one of my great frustrations is when we equate an individual's moral contribution to climate change to the business leader whose decisions about their value chain, about the products they put out into the world, equate many millions of individuals. And this is a narrative that has largely been co-opted by big companies to put the onus on the consumer, to put the onus on the individual. Now, 71% of emissions come from 100 companies, right? And even in the context of COVID, when we have pressed pause, the reduction in emissions is kind of negligible when we look at the targets that we're setting out to limit degrees of warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I think we need to break out of this conversation around how we can perhaps shop more sustainably or be a little bit more conscious. I think those decisions are super important to reinforce positive values, represent as a young consumer the brands that you want to align yourself with and the brands that you care about. But otherwise, these decisions need to be made at that level. Now, one of the things that really helped me shift out of the kind of us versus them mentality that I myself held before I started working with business leaders as an environmentalist, was recognizing the universality of the stories of powerlessness. I began to realize that the stories I was hearing from 8-year-olds in the classroom, I was also hearing from business leaders of being too small to make a difference, of the system being too broken to create meaningful change, of it being too difficult to change the status quo. We need to flip that on its head, and we need to, each and every one of us, take responsibility with the privilege and power and opportunity that we are granted to step up, to deliver the solutions, and to paint a picture of the world that we all know is possible.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, I have to give the final, and I have just given the final word to the lady today. We have no more time left. Thank you for an inspirational panel today, to all of you, wherever you are. And thank you, Clover, for being with us here in the audience. Thank you very much for listening to us, and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unimaginable. I am at the heart where it all started. I see ingenuity. I take in all wisdom that I heard and learnt. Beauty and harmony. Vision and virtue. Unique land. Feel the light, warm and radiant. Inspired, I rediscover unimaginable Greece, always epic. Uncharted. From mountain to sea, every path a new adventure. Fueled with adrenaline, we feel alive. Inspired by the unknown, from day to night, from winter to summer, we write a new story. Explore. To be woken, to be thrilled. Bond and recharge. A world away from your own. Breathe it in. Uncharted. Greece, always epic.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, depending where you're at.
I'm Serge Schmemann. I'm with the editorial board of the New York Times. With me is David Sanger, who's the Washington correspondent. For the Times, both of us are veterans of the newspaper. We've seen many elections, we've covered many. We're here to discuss covering the United States election this year. And my first thought this morning was that maybe this panel is superfluous. We could just play last night's debate between President Trump and Vice President Joe Biden, and I think you would all see very clearly what we're up against covering this election. It was quite an amazing show, filled with fireworks, and today's newspapers, I presume around the world, are filled with analyses. And I know, David, that you've been up since before dawn writing your own analysis, so maybe you can share your first thoughts. What did you see? What did you not see? What surprised you?
Well, Serge, great to be with you and great to be back with the Athens Democracy Forum. And I'm only sorry that we can't all be doing this in Athens as we had first planned. In part because it might be refreshing right now to be at the seat of democracy. There were a number of remarkable things I thought in last night's debate. First was just the tumble of the show. We're used to these following a certain pattern and a certain degree of respect and decorum, and people throwing in the odd zinger line that you remember later on, that there he goes again from Reagan, or Ford's gaffe about whether Poland was under Soviet control. All these things seem pretty tame compared to what we saw last night, which was more brawl than debate, more heat than discussion, constant interruption by the president, the challenger to the president, a former vice president himself, referring to the president as a clown and telling him to shut up. This is not the usual stuff, and I was trying to imagine for a moment that I was a foreigner tuning into this and trying to understand if this was usual for an American democracy. It certainly isn't, but there's been nothing usual about the past 4 years. The most interesting part to my mind came in the very last few minutes of the debate, when the president was asked once again whether or not he would respect the outcome of the election, something we really haven't questioned very much since George Washington first ran in December of 1788. And since that time, we've run elections through civil wars, through natural disasters, having troops spread across the world. And there's really never been a case that I can recall from history in which a president has basically signaled from the beginning that he wouldn't accept any outcome except one in which he wins. In other words, that our election had to look more like the one we just saw in Belarus. But it got even stranger than that, because in the course of his answers on the election, he made it clear that he believed that there was no way to run a fair election with mail-in ballots, described widespread fraud. Well, 5 states, 10% of our states, have run universal mail-in ballot elections for years now, and we've had very little fraud. He suggested that he wanted to send poll watchers to the polls to make sure and watch very carefully what was happening. Seemed to be a signal for intimidation of those who actually show up at the polling places. And finally, my biggest concern was that his warnings about fraud in the election would actually become a signal to the Russians, among others, who have been amplifying his message in their own disinformation about what the mail-in ballots could do in the way of throwing the election into chaos. And as we head into these last 34 days between now and Election Day, the biggest fear you have is that the president himself may be signaling to Putin that anything he does to create some kind of disruption on Election Day would only prove the point that the president's been making, that this has to go ultimately to the Supreme Court or to the Congress, where the president believes that he's got an edge.
I agree with you. It was quite an amazing spectacle and in many ways quite frightening. And on the day after, there's both a hell of a lot to say and it's being said, and at the same time, almost nothing to add. We saw President Trump for what he is. We saw Joe Biden for what he is. I mean, the choice is stark. But as I watched, I was also pondering the theme of our debate, of our conversation, the problem of covering this election, of covering Trump. He showed himself to be the man who absolutely cannot allow the narrative to get out from under his control, who lies systematically, who has all these exaggerations, who attacks the press again and again, who's prepared to go to the mud. And this has created, again, the problem we've faced for the last 3-4 years, I think, of how to cover the man. How do you cover somebody who considers you an enemy, who has had more than 2,000 tweets attacking the news, who always calls our paper the failing New York Times, fake news, and all these other things he said, who's actually suggested that we're traitors. How do you cover this? And I think it poses a problem in this social media age when the whole level of debate has become, to a degree, more direct, less polite, a lot more exaggeration is acceptable. And we are under pressure, those of us like you and me who are a bit older, who are veterans of a different kind of press, we're under pressure to go after Trump, to act as the enemy that he wants us to be, instead of just trying to cover this with fairness and decency. How do you cover something like this, a display like this that is just so riddled with exaggeration, lies, something that, as you described, it is so below the level of decency that's normal in politics, except by, again, taking sides after him. It's posed, I think, a huge challenge for us. And I wanted to ask you as well, we've talked before this, and you suggested at the same time that it's not that Trump may not be really a cause of everything that's happening, that perhaps we've put too great a faith in this election to get us out of this hell that some of us feel we've been living through, that if Biden gets elected, things will all get better. How do you answer that? Do you think that perhaps we have been a bit blinded by Trump to presume that there is a nice, decent world that we can return to?
Well, two great questions wrapped in there, Serge. Let me sort of unpack them one at a time. So let me start with the question of how you cover somebody like Donald Trump. And then let's turn to the question of whether, if Joe Biden gets reelected, the world goes back to something more akin to what we understand. In other words, could you reset the clock to January 20th, 2017, when Trump was inaugurated? To which I believe the answer is no, you can't. So on the first question, I've been at the Times now for 38 years. That's probably, just a freshman compared to you, Serge, doing this. But my overall sense is that for my colleagues, and I've certainly found, this is one of the biggest journalistic challenges I've ever faced. I think I came to recognize that when Maggie Haberman and I first went to go do foreign policy interviews with then candidate Donald Trump. And he went into them with no preparation, sort of as he did last night, and started spouting about letting Japan and South Korea and others get nuclear weapons because we don't want to spend the money to go defend them, and began doing all of the America First stuff that you've come to hear over time. The challenge has only gotten bigger as he has declared not only that the press is out to get him and distorts and so forth and so on. We've had lots of presidents maintain that. Abraham Lincoln didn't like the coverage he got terribly much, and he didn't like the coverage he got in the New York Times in specific. But he never went out and called the Times or other members of the press enemies of the people. And that, of course, is the line that the president is using the most. And that's what worries me the most, because what he's trying to do is not simply discredit the media, but basically take the media out as an obstacle to his view of the world, as he takes out all other groups that are supposed to be independent evaluators and truth tellers, right? Some days we may get at that truth, some days we may not. But the hostility you see for the press is the same hostility you see for Dr. Fauci and his colleagues who step out and say, no, the coronavirus isn't over. No, you haven't turned the corner. No, we're not going to be able to widely put a vaccine into people's arms until the middle of next year at the earliest. So he doesn't like anything that can build up a competing narrative. And if he doesn't like that, he goes out preemptively to tear down the group that would provide that narrative. And yes, he comes out and charges us with treason. He did so specifically to me and a colleague of mine when we wrote a story about the U.S. cyber interventions into the Russian electric grid. Then he turned around and said the story was wrong. I'm not sure which I'm supposed to believe, that we were treasonous or we were wrong, but it didn't make any difference because he was just throwing that out into the air. Now that takes you to the question of, will things go back the way many of our European friends believe and hope they will if Joe Biden gets elected? And I don't think you can ever really go home again in the world of international affairs, because in those 4 years, a few things have happened. First of all, we have to remember that Donald Trump isn't simply Donald Trump. He is a product of a divided nation. Those divisions will remain, and those people who support President Trump will go after his successor, led by Trump himself. If Donald Trump loses, and if he actually leaves office, he'll still have a Twitter account. And my guess is he will use it to rally the forces that he believes are behind him. The second is, the world isn't the way it was in 2017. China's made big, major incursions into not only the rest of Asia, but using its 5G networks and using the spread of apps like TikTok. It's become a much broader kind of competitor. Russia's been emboldened. You see that not only in their military activity around Europe, but you see it in what's happened in Belarus. You see it in the continuing Ukraine conflict. You see it certainly in Syria. Turkey, a NATO member, has become significantly emboldened. So, assuming that Biden becomes president, he would inherit a much more complex world. One in which I suspect you're going to see the U.S. take a much harder line toward Russia. One in which I think you will not see an end to the conflicts with China. So to those who think, if Trump is simply gone, we'll go back to the way things were, I don't think the world works that way.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. The world has changed tremendously. And not because of Trump, and it will remain profoundly changed. In America is in a great malaise. It's very sharply divided. Again, to a degree, he played on those divisions, but they will remain. They were there before. We saw it already under the George W. Bush administration, and the hopes that all the Europeans had that Obama will resolve all the issues that existed under W. All this is so, but I think there's also a danger to treating Trump as simply a symptom of this new world, of this new politics, of all these divisions, because I think he is at the same time, in my view, genuinely dangerous. And I think a lot of that came out in the debate, the way he refused to condemn white supremacists, the way he played to racism and all his talk about suburbs, the way he routinely demonizes the press and tries to create the illusion that there are several competing realities, all of which are equal, the way he tries to use the military and diplomacy for personal gain, the way he did it in Ukraine, his bizarre relationship with Putin that none of us have ever gotten to the bottom of, and I hope someday we will. That he has, and of course, in the way he is now threatening not to accept the judgment of the election, the way he constantly suggests that write-in ballots are going to be false and that it's all going to be fixed. So I think apart from the fact that he is not the sole cause and that his departure will not fix all the things wrong in the world, but he has been, in my view, something of a danger. And I see that there was a question came up, and maybe you've been looking at this, maybe you can talk to that a bit. Is a danger that he will try to remain in power, that he will just dismiss the election, or that he will accept only whatever comes out on election night? Let's say the election night shows him ahead, and then he will say that's it, and will declare that the election. Do you think that we do face a danger, a constitutional danger, a month from now?
Oh, I certainly do. I mean, I think the time from November 3rd, the evening of November 3rd, to noon on January 20th, 2021, may be some of the most tumultuous and potentially most dangerous periods in the American democratic experiment. The president was asked outright in the debate yesterday by Chris Wallace, the moderator, or the man who attempted to moderate, I guess I should say. It was not an easy task he was being given. Whether or not both candidates would pledge not to declare a victory on election eve, or election night, I should say, because it's clear a lot of the votes are going to be coming in later. And the president would not sign up to that. And if I was Joe Biden, I wouldn't sign up to it either, because he would be under pressure to go concede if the president, declared he was in victory, which I think Biden has no intention of doing. Now, why is this the case? If you've got a situation in which some group of people have come to the polls, physically to the polls, and the guesswork right now is that more of President Trump's supporters will go vote in person, in part because they believe less in the coronavirus danger, and in part perhaps because they don't believe that their votes will be properly counted in mail-in ballots, so they'll exercise their right to show up at the polls, and that's perfectly fine. You could see that the first results that come together, which come from those in-person votes, go up on the screen, and it may look like the president has a significant lead in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin or Minnesota. I'm making these up as examples because they're battleground states and important ones. Nevada, another one, Florida, of course. And the president will want to seize on that to declare that he has been properly elected, when in fact what it may simply be is that they have not counted the mail-in votes, which may be overwhelmingly for Biden, because his voters are more likely to go use the mail-in option or a drop-off box or some other way that doesn't require them to be at the polling place. That doesn't mean that those votes are less valid. It just means they haven't been counted yet. And every state has different rules about how this works. Part of the beauty of our federal system is no one's operating under the same rules. And some states can start counting the mail-in ballots as they arrive. some the day before Election Day, some the morning of Election Day, and some can't begin counting until the polls are closed. So
Yeah.
we're going to have very disparate results along the way on different timelines. And I think the president is going to play this to his advantage. If he sees he is losing, I suspect that all he will say is not necessarily that he won, but that the election was so fraudulent that it has to go to the Supreme Court or to Congress, both places where he thinks he has an edge. And he's talked about this some. The constitutional requirement for Congress is that every state delegation in the House gets one vote. So Vermont, where I'm sitting right now with a population of a little over 600,000, would have the same vote in the House for President of the United States as would California or New York or Texas. And right now there are 26 congressional delegations that are dominated by the Republicans, meaning that the president would win by one vote. So he's already thinking out ahead to what his strategy is. If he can simply create enough confusion about what's happened to try to throw the vote to something other than the Electoral College.
And what strikes me listening to him last night and long before that, when he talks about the weakness of the postal ballots and whatnot, is that he portrays himself in this and so much more as the victim, as somebody who's been victimized by a system that's against him, some kind of deep state. You sort of really want to ask him, but you're the president. It should be your responsibility to ensure that the postal system is functioning properly on election day, that they have the resources to hire additional staff and additional trucks and whatever else is needed. And yet he always makes it sound like there's some kind of state out there that some kind of institutions that want to bury him.
Came
on
up
election
again in
day.
the forest management yesterday, where he declared that no one was taking care of the forest. Well, most of the forests that have been burning have been federal lands.
It's federal lands. It was one of probably the most bizarre answers to climate change, that the answer to climate change is to get better forest management, that somebody out there should have better forest management. It was one of those moments that you sort of wanted to go back and go to bed. Well, I'd like to get back a little bit to the media, to what you and I do. There's been, of course, a lot of pressure from younger reporters, from younger journalists, for us to take a more active role in combating what we see as Trump or conservative wave or whatever is perceived as the enemy. There's been some very sharp criticism. I've heard it. I'm sure you have too at dinners. Why aren't you guys pointing out how evil he is? Why aren't you guys doing this? Why aren't you guys doing that? And I'm wondering how you take this. For me, maybe because of my age and experience, my answer is always we have to stick to what the American press has been, to the ethics and traditions that we were brought up under, which include a certain set of ethics, a certain dedication to fairness, to decency, to accuracy, that we should not be seen to be actually campaigning, actively campaigning. Now, in this current administration, it's been very hard. It's very hard. And I'm on the opinion side, and we do take sides very openly, but it's been very hard to remain in any sense fair or balanced. And the pressure from younger journalists and from our readers has compounded that. What is your sense? Has there been a change in the way we practice journalism, and has Trump contributed to this with his animosity to us?
Well, Serge, I think we have to start by, admitting that you and I are two news dinosaurs brought to this panel, and probably you would get a different view if you had a a member of a much younger generation, serving on this panel who's got a different view. And as you said, you're in opinion now, but I'm old enough to remember when you were actually a news reporter, and these issues came up. I'm with you. I think that we don't want to let the world go back to where it was in the early days of the Republic, when you had newspapers that were linked to Jefferson or to the anti-Jeffersonian forces. But the fact of the matter is that if you look at the media writ large, that's exactly what has happened. The Fox News experiment more than 20 years ago to use the advent of cable television to pick out a slice of America that believed that the liberal elites of the media were not reporting the truth about those they believe in, forever changed things. And so we have Fox on the right, and people go to that to reinforce their opinions. And you have MSNBC on the left, which was designed to be sort of the anti-Fox. And all of these have served, of course, to further this divide. And even within the newsroom of the New York Times, you see very different opinions. You saw this within your own opinion section when there was an uproar over the publication of a op-ed by Tom Cotton, one of the president's most partisan supporters in the Senate, a man who some people think could be headed in a second Trump term to be Secretary of Defense. That the mere publication of his op-ed, which advocated using the military on the streets of America to put down protests, made them feel unsafe and that it shouldn't be in the newspaper. Now, you and I grew up in a different world in which you even let the most objectionable ideas appear on the op-ed page as a warning to the rest of the world, hey, here's what these folks are actually thinking. But there has been a generational shift. I think it is possible, but not easy, to go write stories that lay out the president's untruths, that describe his motives and what it is that he is going about trying to do, particularly in this election. I'm trying to write this right now about last night's debate, and still stay within the norms that we've discussed. But I can tell you that a pro-Trump person who reads the pages of the New York Times believes that every story is selected to embarrass the president. So the division that we've seen in the country has certainly infected the way our journalism is viewed, even if you and I think that we need to stay true to the values that we grew up in.
Yeah. No, I fully agree with you. And I know we've had these debates, the ones you describe. I accept that we're dinosaurs, but I think one of the dinosaurial positions that I think is correct is that readers can and should be trusted to understand why certain things are published, how they're published, that there is a value to learning what the other side thinks. I don't know, maybe that has diminished somewhat. I don't see any questions coming in, so we're approaching the end. If somebody does have a question, please come in now. But otherwise, I wanted to get back to what you said originally. Your description of following the debate was very much what most people felt, the people I've spoken to since. And it made me sort of wonder, what is it I was looking for? I frankly didn't expect anything else from Trump. I suppose I might have hoped for a little more real debate on issues, but I didn't anticipate it. I think we saw what kind of people are up there. But it made me realize that for me personally, what this election is all about is really something very simple. It's decency. And that's a word Trump used. It's a quality I think he did represent. I just think that apart from what he stands for, and I think to call him a conservative or a liberal is totally misleading because in his case, it's all about opportunism. It's all about being in the limelight. I just don't want a president who's made more than 16,200 false or misleading claims, according to the tally in the Washington Post, who really doesn't care about people, who is proud of paying no taxes. I think we'll survive, and we have survived. People on the right, people on the left, ideas of all sorts. We can cope with all that. But the part that we really need to get rid of is this disdain for elemental political decency. So I was wondering if you have some final personal thoughts you'd also like to share.
So I was a little bit surprised by his performance because if you just look at the polls, it's pretty clear that the president can't get elected just with the base that elected him last time. He's lost he's lost support in some critical battleground states. And remember, this election's going to come down to 4 or 5 or 6 states, we suspect. He's lost support among women who actually overall voted for him over Hillary Clinton. He's lost support among non-college educated women. And so you might have thought that he would have, even for the most self-interested political reasons, geared his performance yesterday to trying to win over some of those constituencies that he's going to need on November 3rd. And, interestingly enough, the appointment of a Supreme Court nominee who Amy Barrett, who would be succeeding Justice Ginsburg, gives him that opportunity because he found a deeply conservative Catholic nominee who's the mother of 7 children, including 2 adopted kids, and lives in the Midwest. And he could have really focused on that as a way to try to bring over the voters that he needs the most. And while there was brief discussion at the beginning of the Supreme Court nomination and all that, he simply didn't seem to have his heart in fitting that into a larger explanation of what it was that he was doing. And he has never given us a clear view of what he wants to go do with the second term, other than to say it'll be more of like the first.
That's true, and I guess we'll be seeing a lot of this debate now as Judge Barrett's nomination comes up before the committees, although I think those should prove rather brief. But you're right, but isn't that who he is? He has this opportunity. There are claims he could have made. Judge Barrett is a case he could have made. Pulling troops out of the Middle East is something he could have been proud of. He could have spoken more about the economy before the pandemic hit. And yet he seems to have this innate preference to go for the throat, to go for the mud. And maybe that's where I say I'm not surprised, because he just couldn't.
He grew up in the New York tabloid, Serge, which you all remember well.
He couldn't not be himself. And that's what we're confronted with in this election. So I think our time is just about up. I think if this was all in the United States, I would say to all the people watching, vote, but I guess our audience is mostly international. So all I can say is watch carefully. This is one of those really decisive moments in American and global history that's coming up. And it should be interesting. What do you think, David?
Serge, it's a reminder that while we think of these all as domestic elections, and they are, and American citizens are the ones who vote, it affects the entire world because the United States so affects the entire world. And just as we've been concerned over the past 4 years about what the world has seen from us, we're concerned about the message this election sends. You know, the first election of Donald Trump, you could attribute to some oddities in the election. You could attribute to a middle class that was whose concerns and complaints were ignored by past presidents, Democratic and Republican, and that it was sort of a cry for attention and help. But if Donald Trump is reelected, you can't go out to the allies and say, well, this is an aberration. And in fact, the allies are always going to think, even if Joe Biden is elected, an America that elected Donald Trump has some fundamental changes that have gone on that could elect after Biden another Donald Trump-like figure. So what we do is going to send a message around the world, just as the democratic recession we have seen around the world, I think, has been in some ways encouraged by things that people have seen happen in the United States. So we shouldn't pretend that just because this is our election, it's just all about us.
Absolutely. Maybe that's the silver lining, that the world will see us for what we are, although the bad news may be that it's not something they want to see. So thank you, David. Thank all of you who joined us. And as David said, I really wish we were with you in Athens, where I hope the weather is as impeccable as it is here in the District of Columbia, where I am. So thank you, and have a wonderful forum over there.
Thank you.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty. Unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. unexpected. Greece, always epic.
Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. Maybe you still have your job. Or maybe you need to find something new. Maybe you're your own boss, who built a business from the ground up. A business that, in spite of everything, is still open for business. And maybe you're trying new ways to be found. But maybe things aren't that simple. Maybe you need to start over. Build on the skills you already have. Or maybe take the opportunity to learn something new. Maybe this, or this aren't your strong points. But with a little bit of help, maybe, just maybe, things will be better.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming, it's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept down
the stairs and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη συναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας, όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής, όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα, αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά δεν πηγαίνουν σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι ένας μαθητής που είχαμε, ο οποίος ήταν 17 χρονών, ήταν από το Ιράκ. Αυτός λοιπόν ο μαθητής ήταν αναλφάβητος στην μητρική του γλώσσα, δεν μπορούσε να γράψει και να διαβάσει. Και μετά από συνεχόμενα μαθήματα εδώ στο Solidarity Now, κατάφερε να κατακτήσει ως δεύτερη ξένη γλώσσα τα ελληνικά και μάλιστα κατάφερε να γράφει και να διαβάζει στα ελληνικά. Και ως εκ τούτου κατάφερε να βρει και μία δουλειά και να ξεφύγει από όλο αυτό το προσφυγικό πλαίσιο.
Θυμάμαι πολύ έντονα τον Αλή, ο οποίος είναι ένα παιδί από το Αφγανιστάν. Ερχόμενος εδώ και με ένα πολύ βεβαρημένο ιστορικό, αναζήτησε τη γνώση. Ήταν πολύ κλειστός, ήταν ένα παιδί πολύ δύσκολο στο να το πλησιάσεις, να κερδίσει την εμπιστοσύνη του. Ξεκινήσαμε μαθήματα και πραγματικά με εξέπληξε διότι το συγκεκριμένο παιδί μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα έμαθε να διαβάζει, έμαθε να γράφει, ζητούσε όλη τη μέρα εκπαιδευτικό υλικό. Στο σχολείο του ήταν πάντα τυπικός και ο καλύτερος μαθητής. Όταν τον ρώτησα τι σκέφτεσαι να κάνεις, μου είπε εγώ τώρα θα διαβάσω και θα πάω στο σχολείο. Δεν θα δουλέψω, δεν θα κάνω τίποτα άλλο. Θα διαβάζω και θα πηγαίνω στο σχολείο.
Ο Αχμέτ είναι 45 χρονών, έχει 6 παιδιά, βρέθηκε στις αίρες και ανησυχούσε πάρα πολύ για το πώς θα ανταπεξέλθει, για το πώς θα καταφέρει και αν έχει νόημα να ενταχθεί στο εκπαιδευτικό μας πρόγραμμα. Εμείς τελικά τα καταφέραμε, πήραμε το πολιτήριο δημοτικού και αυτό μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να πάμε σε σχολείο δεύτερης ευκαιρίας. Ο Αχμέτ συνειδητοποίησε ότι η εκπαίδευση αποτελεί μια διέξοδο για αυτόν, όχι μόνο στα πλαίσια τα στενά του σχολείου ή της εκπαίδευσης, αλλά και για την ίδια του ζωή.
Σκέφτομαι μία ιστορία από ένα κορίτσι που είναι τώρα 12 χρονών. Έχει καταγωγή από τη Συρία, από το κουρδικό κομμάτι της Συρίας. Και είναι ένα κορίτσι που παρακολουθεί πολύ σταθερά τα μαθήματά μας. Είναι πολύ καλή μαθήτρια και πολύ όριμο παιδί. Αλλά όλα αυτά που έχει βιώσει Φαίνεται ότι την έχουν επιβαρύνει πάρα πολύ. Έχει χάσει πάρα πολλά μέσα από τον πόλεμο αυτό. Αλλά κατορθώνει εμείς και εκείνοι μαζί, έχουμε κατορθώσει να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το παιδί μια θετική σκέψη που δεν υπήρχε πριν και μια αισιοδοξία.
Το πόσο πολλά προσφέρει το πρόγραμμα στα παιδιά, νομίζω το αποδεικνύουν τα γέλια τους, η πρόοδός τους, οπότε θεωρώ ότι για μένα το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι απλά
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty, unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. Unexpected. Greece. Always epic.
Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. Maybe you still have your job. Or maybe you need to find something new. Maybe you're your own boss, who built a business from the ground up. A business that, in spite of everything, is still open for business. And maybe you're trying new ways to be found. But maybe things aren't that simple. Maybe you need to start over. Build on the skills you already have. Or maybe take the opportunity to learn something new. Maybe this, or this aren't your strong points. But with a little bit of help, maybe, just maybe, things will be better.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming. It's here. It's the defining technology.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Welcome to the official opening of the 2020 Athens Democracy Forum, which we are proud to convene in association with the New York Times, here in the city of Athens. Our theme this year is The New Abnormal, Reimagining Democracy. It reflects both the extraordinary and sometimes frightening times we are going through and the enormous challenges they pose on a broad range of fronts. The pandemic, created so precipitously and terribly by the coronavirus, has touched every corner of the globe and every human endeavor. But the new abnormal goes beyond that, to the broader scope, implicit in the Greek word pandemos, pandemic, which means all the people. The whole of humanity is being tested by inequality, climate change, fake news, migration shifts, and populism to find better ways to govern ourselves and safeguard our planet. We will now be virtually transported to the Presidential Palace of Athens and directly after that to New York, so we can hear from Jeffrey Sachs, the Director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We are honored to have President Sakelloropoulou with us, with her distinguished record as a jurist deeply concerned with civil liberties, ecological issues, minority rights, and better governance, to launch this year's Athens Democracy Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the President of the Hellenic Republic.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Athens Democracy Forum represents a new abnormal in itself. It takes place under the extraordinary conditions of a global pandemic, necessitating it being held as a virtual event. This pandemic inevitably keeps us apart, but it also serves to remind us how much, in the face of a common threat that makes no distinction between countries or people, we are all connected and interdependent in our humanity. It reminds us of the beautiful words of Martin Luther King. We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. This year's Athens Democracy Forum alerts us to the reality that democracy, one of humanity's noblest achievements, is not our inescapable destiny. Around the world, democracy today is being challenged, threatened, assaulted, undermined, overturned by a diverse array of enemies and foes. It is in this exact place, Athens, in another historical space, that democracy was born, initially as a system of direct self-governance. We are called a democracy, for the administration is in the hands of the many and not of the few. Pericles defined the American polity in the Epitaphios, his immortal funeral oration. A polity built on the fundamental principle that the right to rule, kratos, lies with the people, demos. People's rights and people's participation are inextricably interconnected. If liberty and equality, as is thought by some, are chiefly to be found in democracy, they will be best attained when all persons alike share in government to the utmost, argued Aristotle in his Politics, back in the 4th century BC. Majority rule is the basic principle upon which democracy is founded. But there is, as you know, much more to it than that. Over the centuries, democracy advanced as a system of robust constitutional guarantees, protecting the rights of individuals and minorities from any abuse of power, even in the name of the majority. This is how our contemporary liberal democracies evolved, reaching their apex in the second half of the 20th century. They evolved by trial and error, heeding the appropriate lessons from the tragedies of totalitarianism genocide, and 2 world wars. In the Western liberal democracies, the pursuit of equal rights never ceased. The civil rights movement in the US, the feminist movement, the gay rights movement, all expanded rights to build societies of inclusiveness and equality. The environmental movement included the rights of future generations to live in a safe planet. Backed by rigorous science and political courage, it led to the historical Paris Agreement on climate change and seminal initiatives such as our European Green Deal. And the struggle for equal rights and equal representation continues, as the passing of one of its greatest defenders, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, on September 18, served to remind us. A struggle that is constant and requires the advocacy of enlightened reason, the passion of argument, the mobilization of people, the audacity of leadership, and painstaking, patient work of judicial integrity and legislative reform that gradually extends rights and improves the lives of people. In RBG's words, real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. But history does not move in a straight line. Change is not always synonymous to progress. And we're witnessing today in the world the rise of new, but so old, nationalist leaders claiming to represent the real people of the nation, but resenting those very constitutional norms and individual rights upon which liberal democracy is built. Some define themselves as illiberal Democrats, but an illiberal democracy is a contradiction in terms. It cannot be a democracy if it does not respect the rights and freedoms of individuals. Democracy today is threatened by the rise of autocrats and strongmen who seek to deprive press of its freedom, the judiciary of its independence, the opposition of its rights, the rule of law of its universal application. Democracy is sapped by the language of demagoguery and the tactics of extreme political cynicism that erode public trust in democratic institutions. The erosion of trust in public institutions is one of the ways in which democracies die, as 2 American political scientists, Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt, have reminded us. Democracy is undermined by fake news and the echo chambers of superstition, conspiracy theories and lies, bigotry and hatred. Democracy is emasculated by special interests and oligarchies seeking to hijack it, as much as by civil apathy and declining participation. But democracy is also undermined by extreme inequalities and poverty, weakened by economic stagnation and declining prosperity. A broad and thriving middle class has been celebrated as vital for the survival of liberal democracy all the way from Aristotle to Marx to contemporary social thinkers. Good governance, a system that delivers for the many, is a sine qua non for a robust, consolidated democracy. This year's Athens Democracy Forum invites us to reimagine democracy once again. Reimagine democracy as the eternally liberating project driven by reason, humanity, and science, operating upon rational institutions and factful public debate, as an empowering project of people wanting to live with dignity, to have control over their destiny, and a say on the course of their communities and their country. Because, as Albert Camus summed it up, at the end of the day, freedom is nothing but a chance to be better. Democracy is a continuing project of expanding civic participation and active, responsible citizens, because democracy and freedom come with the price of eternal vigilance. Democracy depends also on mutual toleration, tolerating dissent, talking to our opponents, peacefully resolving our differences through dialogue and negotiation. That's what democratic experience instructs us to do. That's what our great European Union has managed over the last 70 years, ensuring peace, prosperity, and unity in diversity. Democracy is finally a moral and ethical project. Kindness, decency, respect for others, respect for the rule of law, responsibility to community and country. That's what our civic patriotism is made of. These are the values that sustain our democracy. These are the values that will allow it to prevail against its enemies as long as we engage, strive, participate, educate, as long as we don't take our precious democracy for granted. I am happy to welcome you all to the Athens Democracy Forum 2020, and I wish you every success in your discussions.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty. Unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. Unexpected. Greece. Always epic.
Greetings. I'm Jeff Sachs. I'm a director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University and president of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. That's a global network for global problem solving. So it won't surprise you, I think, to learn that I believe that global institutions, including networks of universities in the case that I'm engaged in, but especially the United Nations, is absolutely vital for our well-being in the 21st century. And in that context, the idea that nationalisms of the kind promoted by Trump with America first, or any such naive ideas could possibly be fruitful for us, I would reject. I think the idea that each country puts itself first and withdraws from international engagements in the UN, as Trump does, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, withdrawing from UNESCO, withdrawing from the Human Rights Council, withdrawing from the UN Security Council agreements on Iran. All of those actions by the Trump administration are stupid, reckless, dangerous, and absolutely harmful to America's own interest and to the global interest, because America's interest cannot be served by a nationalistic, xenophobic, actually hate-filled vision of the rest of the world. Least of all could it be served by the kind of new Cold War that Trump is proposing against China. Well, God help us, we won't have to deal with Trump after the November 3rd election. The man is a nightmare and is, in Greek political thought, a tyrant that is overseeing an oligarchy. And this is a huge problem for the United States. Our democracy has diminished tremendously in the last generation. We are no paragon of democratic virtues whatsoever, but thank God we hold on to some of the key institutions, including the vote on November 3, and that's the best time to get rid of a would-be tyrant and to say no to a would-be oligarchy. But my topic is global institutions. And there I would like to emphasize that what we want from our social, economic, and political life in an interconnected world can only be achieved by global cooperation underpinned by global institutions. Without that, it can descend to war of all against all. We don't want more war because in our time, war could end all. And without question, it creates mass suffering. Now, we're at the Athens Democracy Forum, and Athens as the birthplace of democracy. The great Athenian philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, said that the goal of politics is well-being of the citizens, as Plato said in the Republic, and as Aristotle wrote in the Politics. The goal in Greek terms is eudaimonia, and we are after the well-being in the 21st century. But what constitutes well-being in the 21st century? I would say 4 critical items. First is environmental safety, which we no longer have because we're in the midst of environmental catastrophes, including emerging diseases like COVID-19, climate change, destruction of biodiversity, and massive pollution. The second is a society that functions as a society rather than at each other's throats like we are inside the United States right now. And that requires a
strong middle class and a measure of social equality, social inclusion, social trust. But when inequality of wealth and income becomes so phenomenally large as it is inside the United States now, that social trust breaks down, understandably so. The third area we want is prosperity. That is enabled by technologies such as the one that we're engaged in right now, the digital technology that is allowing so much of the world's economy to function efficiently online. But technology also requires a framework, a law-based framework, because otherwise the digital technologies could become our enemies for surveillance, loss of privacy, fake news, cyber warfare, and so many other ills. So one needs a framework for technology to enable prosperity. And the fourth thing that we want is peace. And especially in the nuclear age, we depend on peace for the survival of the human race. And as President John F. Kennedy put it, to express succinctly the reality of the nuclear age, when he spoke in his inaugural address in January 1961, he said, "For the time is very different now. Mankind holds in his mortal hands the ability to end all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life." In other words, we have the technologies to end poverty, but that technological prowess, so to speak, also makes it possible that we end all human life. We need these four dimensions of our life to work for our eudaimonia, for our well-being. We need environmental sustainability. We need social inclusion. We need technology that is properly harnessed, and we need peace. But how are we going to achieve those four objectives in our global society in an interconnected world? Not a single one of them can be achieved other than through international cooperation. Consider the environment. Each country does not make its own environment. The environment that each of us has is the product of the actions of all nations. That's why we need a global agreement to stop human-induced climate change. That's why Trump is such an idiot for pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement when all other 192 countries of the United Nations are inside. He's something between an ignoramus and a psychopath, to use another good Greek term. And the fact of the matter is, he says it's unfair to the United States. That's a treaty that is universal for all countries. It's not unfair to anybody because it's not targeted at any single country. It is universal in nature. We need global cooperation to stop pandemics. Trump doesn't get it to this day. That's why we have more than 200,000 dead in the United States. We need global surveillance systems, global control systems, global information, not the kind of disinformation and anti-science that Trump's cronies deliver every day. You can't achieve that without global cooperation. We need the World Health Organization. For social inclusion, we need budgets. We need to be able to collect taxes. But in a world of tax fraud, like the president himself, tax evasion, tax havens, unless we have global cooperation on taxation and finance, no single economy can function. And of course, we need rules of trade, another basic idea that Trump and his cronies have forgotten in their efforts to bust the World Trade Organization. When it comes to technology, well, Trump again is trying to play it as a loner, saying we won't deal with China on this, we'll just stop all technology flows to China. Give me a break. China is technologically sophisticated. It will be able to compete in technologies, but if we're going to use the digital technologies effectively, we need to have rules of the road about privacy, about data management, about surveillance. And that's what a treaty and a framework and a monitoring system would be about. Again, because we have such a simple-minded president and such a crooked government, we don't think in terms of cooperation on this. The president seems to spend half his time on what's going to happen to TikTok right now. And the Secretary of State spends most of his time telling other countries not to buy Huawei equipment based on either incredible naivete or just sheer brazenness that since the U.S. doesn't produce low-cost 5G equipment, no one is going to be allowed to buy China's low-cost 5G equipment. All the rest is bunkum, just hype on all of the charges that are made by a group that never tells the truth in my country, unfortunately. And if we're going to have peace, we need the UN framework. That's why the UN was created in the first place. It was created to stop war. After the failure of the Treaty of Versailles following World War I to prevent the onset of World War II. Franklin Roosevelt, our greatest president in the United States, had the inspiring vision that we would make global cooperation work after World War II in a way that it did not work after World War I, when the United States did not participate in the League of Nations, the very institution that Woodrow Wilson had helped to create in the aftermath of World War I. But then, of course, the U.S. Senate refused to ratify the treaty and refused to enter the League of Nations. It was crippled from the start. And Franklin Roosevelt said that this time we would have institutions that would have the strength to prevent future conflicts and to prevent the occurrence of economic and social disasters that brought on conflict, and thus the creation of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944. Those were days when the United States led. We are now 75 years after the creation of the UN, and we find ourselves in a profound crisis. I think the biggest source of this crisis, beyond all others, is that the United States, still the largest economy in the world, measured at market prices, still by far the largest military force in the world, the country with more than 6,000 nuclear warheads, compared to a few hundred, for example, in China, a country with military bases around the world, an estimated 800 overseas bases in about 80 countries, a country whose currency, the US dollar, is still the basis of payments and settlements for more than half the world's transactions. We're in crisis because that country has stopped global cooperation and even effectively gone to open hostility vis-a-vis the UN institutions and the very agencies that the UN itself created. And in this simple-mindedness of this attack on these institutions, the US is walking out. In many cases, China is walking in with very strong candidates to lead these institutions. And then the United States says, oh my God, we're losing influence. We need to get out of the UN because of actions precipitated by the United States turning its back on these institutions in the first place. The sum of all of this is we need a change of direction to understand first that 75 years in, the UN has been successful at its core in forestalling, God forbid, a third world war. And for that reason alone, we need to put all our efforts into the continued success of the UN. But I think beyond that most basic point, the UN structures are absolutely essential, as I've indicated, for what makes for a thriving society, for eudaimonia. So I am counting, hoping fervently for Donald Trump to be roundly defeated on November 3, and for President Biden to reestablish U.S. support for multilateralism, to defuse this attempt at a new Cold War, and to bring nations together as best the U.S. can, but now not as leader, but as partner and cooperator with the rest of the world, to strengthen all of the pillars of the UN system. We need, first of all, to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. We need to have a successful conference on the conservation of biological diversity at the meeting of the Convention on Biodiversity that will take place in 2021 in China. This is central for our recovery from COVID, and it's central for our future that we get some control over climate change and over the loss of biodiversity. And it's absolutely notable in this regard that Europe has adopted the European Green Deal. And at the UN General Assembly last week, President Xi Jinping announced China's commitment to decarbonizing China's economy by the year 2060. So the US needs to join Europe and China and many other countries in a strong, clear national goal under the umbrella of a global agreement on stopping human-induced climate change and on stopping human-induced loss of biodiversity. We need to bolster the international financial system and the international tax system, both so that the Trumps pay their taxes, but more generally so that countries can finance the universal access to social services that are so central for our children and our future. Access to healthcare, access to education, access to safe water and sanitation, access to renewable energy services for every person in the world, as called for in the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to understand, as I've said, that in a digital age, we need new digital rules of cooperation. Here again, Europe has led with its new rules on data privacy. Europe has shown a way forward. Now we need global cooperation with China, with Korea, with the European Union, with ASEAN, with the other parts of the world on proper management of data to ensure privacy, to ensure safe deployment and beneficial deployment of artificial intelligence systems, to prevent the potential disasters of cyber warfare. And this is a matter of cooperation under the umbrella of the UN. And again, the Secretary General of the UN, in a roadmap issued just recently, called for universal access to digital technologies in a context of human rights and a context of preventing the misuse of these technologies. And finally, we need to rededicate to the UN Security Council, because this is the body that is the legal authority for managing the peace, not the US as a unilateral actor going to war when it wants, creating disasters and instability, but the UN Security Council agreeing together. Just recently, 14 of the 15 members of the UN Security Council said to the United States, no, we are not going to renege on the Iran peace agreement. We mean to find peace. And the United States needs to find the way to listen again to the Security Council, because this is the way to solve problems peacefully and collegially and with the global understanding rather than unilateral imposition of power. We're going to need to reform all of these institutions in the years ahead. After 75 years, there are changes that are needed. The UN Security Council needs to be restructured to reflect more the realities of today's world, which look very different from 1945. But the underlying value of the UN Security Council and the UN Charter should not be doubted. They should be reinforced in our time. So I want to say thank you for the chance to share these thoughts. Global institutions have the most central purpose of the modern world. They are the institutions that can ensure our survival and that can promote our well-being, our eudaimonia. Thank you very much. Wonderful to be with the Athens Democracy Forum.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, greetings from Athens. I have the honor of presenting you with the City of Athens Democracy Award, recognizing you as a representative of our most cherished ideals, as a city and as a people. President Cardozo, you're a champion and defender of democracy. From a young age, you emerged as a leader of the resistance to authoritarian rule in Brazil. Sent into exile by the military dictatorship, you never stopped writing about your home. You worked continuously for the restoration of freedom, justice, and equality, helping to restore democracy and ensure its success. As a lifelong servant of Brazil and as an internationally esteemed sociologist, you have been a leading figure in the fight for democracy in Latin America and indeed across the world. You have demonstrated rare skills as both a diplomat and a scholar. Your influential research on political power has also inspired several generations of thinkers and radicals to become engaged citizens. Your powerful defense of human rights has also been an urgent voice for inclusive politics, for inclusive societies, and inclusive economies. Your rigorous contribution to debates about inclusive democracy has also encouraged investments in schools that have made it possible for all Brazilians to have an education. Your training as a sociologist and, of course, as a field researcher taught you to cross social divisions when searching for solutions to problems. And as President of Brazil, your leadership style evoked the beloved teacher and mentor. You showed that democracy requires that we listen before we judge. You teach us not simply to agree or to disagree with whatever we hear, but to also take a step back and question each other and ourselves, and to learn from the beginning how we can actually support one another. As President, you showed courage in the fight against currency inflation by actually giving trust to expertise. And you ask your citizens for their help and understanding, just as you have often demonstrated the wisdom of tolerance in the face of threats against your life. In your public career, as an energetic politician, and indeed as a brilliant scholar, and of course as president of Latin America's most populous democracy for 2 successive terms, you have demonstrated in compelling and exemplary fashion the commitment to the rule of law, respect for democratic principles, and defense of the disadvantaged. Mr. President, I know very well that you have received many important awards before this one. Awards for your academic work, for your political leadership, and of course, for your perseverance. Tonight, Athens recognizes your commitment to democracy, in theory and in practice, which is just the way the ancient Athenians would have admired. We honor you from the cradle of democracy, from the city of Athens, where history teaches us that democracy is very often an ideal fruit that requires everybody's effort in order to become real and to thrive, especially today, when political polarization and the growing mix of disinformation and populism constitute major challenges. Democracy only blossoms where measure and moderation appear, when there is respect not only for our own freedom, but also for the freedom of others. Democracy needs political culture, political ethos, and the ethos of politics becomes, in a prospective way, the ethos of society. Your respect for this principle marked your whole life and serves as an example for all of us. Many thanks for joining us from a distance.
By hearing from your voice, your words about myself, what I did in the past. And I try to continue to fight in the name of democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, I am really grateful to the city of Athens, the New York Times, the United Nations Democracy Fund, and the Athens Democracy Fund for the honor of receiving the Athens Democracy Award. Democracy was indeed the great cause of my generation. Freedom is like the air we breathe. We only realize how precious it is when it's taken from us. In Latin America, we fought long and hard to make the transition from dictatorship to liberal democracy. We did the same in the Southern and Eastern Europe. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, we thought that democracy was bound to become the way of the future throughout the world. As the future is never ours to see, this anticipated end of history failed to materialize. What nobody foresaw is that democracy would today be in crisis in Europe and in the Americas, precisely where it was most strongly embedded in society and culture. Facts speak by themselves. In many countries, democracy is being undermined by a regressive and authoritarian rule. The political establishment is increasingly seen as an elitist and dysfunctional system. National governments are seen as incapable of protecting the nation against financial instability, loss of jobs, and erosion of national sovereignty. Technological innovations, especially in bioscience and information, are changing politics, economics, and culture. In times of social dislocation, Fearful of the future, many look backward and idealize past made of national grandeur, simplicity, order, and authority. Demagogues play with some of the most destructive human emotions, such as fear, hate, and intolerance. Political adversaries and minority groups are branded as enemies of God, nation, and family values. The politics of polarization weaken the common ground and shared values that enable a nation to be a community of faith, not as an aggregate of people, as a community of faith. The systematic dissemination of false and misleading information dissolves the frontiers between truth and lies, facts and ideology. We live in troubling and uncertain times. The moment is fraught with risk, and yet not all is bleak. As a Democrat and a humanist, I learned in my 8 years as president of Brazil that political power comes from the top, but trust comes from the people. New voices are being heard, new links are being waved, new spaces are being covered by youth. The truth is of our common future, and by women, the other half of the sky, make stand for their freedom and rights. From the Pacific Islands to Berlin and Montreal, millions of young people took to the streets to stop climate change before it's too late. From Minsk to Santiago, cities are in upheaval to safeguard freedom and human rights. Scientists, scholars, and journalists are at the frontiers of the fight against obscurantism. We stand at a crossroads. We cannot remain silent. We must all be together, act together in defense of democracy. Trust, knowledge, independent institutions, and citizen action are the best antidotes to political regression. Institutions are the guarantees of democracy. Parliaments and courts protect society against abuse of autocrats. Independent media and a community of scholars and scientists have the power to validate knowledge and share public facts. But none of them can endure without people's trust and support. Democracy is always a work in progress, an incomplete journey rooted in history of each society. I share with my friend, the late Albert Hirschman, an ingrained bias for hope. Politics is not the art of the possible. It is the art of making the necessary possible. In other words, politics is the art of extending the field of possibilities. In the long run, it is the will of citizens, driven by values and interests, that sustain freedom and democracy. Our common challenge is to reweave the threads between truth and reality, society and politics, demos and res publica. So I have to be very thankful to all of you by recognizing my efforts in Brazil and maybe in other countries too. And I hope I have energy enough with my 90 years of age, I will be next year, to continue to be a fighter in favor of democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is the award I received from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we look forward to welcoming you in Athens in person. It will be a pleasure for all of us.
For me too, it will be a pleasure. It's a matter of time. I will be there.
Take good care. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Unexpected. Harmony and well-being. A revitalizing escape. Landscapes of exceptional beauty. Unchanged forever. Authentic simplicity. A feast for the senses. So wonderful and rare. Heartwarming. Unexpected. Greece. Always epic.
Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. Maybe you still have your job. Or maybe you need to find something new. Maybe you're your own boss, who built a business from the ground up. A business that, in spite of everything, is still open for business. And maybe you're trying new ways to be found. But maybe things aren't that simple. Maybe you need to start over. Build on the skills you already have. Or maybe take the opportunity to learn something new. Maybe this, or this aren't your strong points, But with a little bit of help, maybe, just maybe, things will be better.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming. It's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI.
I crept down
the stairs and out the door,
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change.
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
Enabling wildlife conservation.
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
Μέσα από τα προγράμματά μας προσφέρουμε στήριξη κυρίως στα παιδιά, στο να μπορέσουν να παρακολουθήσουν το σχολείο και να συνεχίσουν ίσως αργότερα σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο.
Η μη τυπική εκπαίδευση του Solidarity Now περιλαμβάνει μαθήματα ελληνικών, αγγλικών, μαθηματικών και φυσικών επιστημών, υποστηρικτικά στην επίσημη τυπική εκπαίδευση και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτό προσφέρουμε δράσεις ψυχοκοινωνικού χαρακτήρα για την ολιστική ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, που μπορεί να περιλαμβάνουν διαχείριση συναισθημάτων, αναγνώριση συναισθημάτων, καλή λειτουργία μέσα στις ομάδες, ανάπτυξη ενσυναίσθησης και διάφορες άλλες δεξιότητες που τους είναι απαραίτητες για την καθημερινότητά τους, τόσο μέσα στη δομή φιλοξενίας όσο και έξω.
Νομίζω ότι η υποστήριξη που προσφέρουμε τόσο σε δεξιότητες ζωής όσο και δραστηριότητες που κάνουν τα παιδιά χαρούμενα αλλά και τους προσφέρουν και την κανονικότητα που θα έπρεπε να έχουν στη ζωή τους, νομίζω ότι ξεχωρίζει σε σχέση με όλα τα υπόλοιπα προγράμματα.
Μία πολύ σημαντική δουλειά που έχουμε να κάνουμε είναι και η ενθάρρυνση των παιδιών και των ενηλίκων που συμμετέχουν στα μαθήματά μας και πάντα τους υπενθυμίζουμε ότι ένα καλύτερο μέλλον προϋποθέτει το σχολείο.
Η άτυπη μορφή εκπαίδευση που προσφέρει το Solidarity Now, τις ώρες που τα παιδιά δεν πηγαίνουν σχολείο, είναι υποστηρικτική και ενισχυτική σε όλο το πλαίσιο των μαθημάτων που προσφέρει το δημόσιο σχολείο μας του Υπουργείου Παιδείας.
Αθροίζουμε τις δυνάμεις μας γιατί έχουμε κοινό παρονομαστή την εκπαίδευση. Δίνοντάς τους λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να επιστρέψουν στα θρανία, νομίζω ότι τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να μοιραστούν κάτι με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να κάνουν κάτι κοινό με όλα τα υπόλοιπα παιδιά του κόσμου, να αισθάνονται μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια ότι ανήκουν κάπου και να τους προσφέρουμε και το πιο σημαντικό απ' όλα, την δυνατότητα να ονειρευτούν και πάλι και να κάνουν σχέδια για το μέλλον, γιατί μέλλον δεν υπήρχε πολλά χρόνια για αυτά τα παιδιά.
Μία περίπτωση ανθρώπου είναι...
Nationalism in its current state is antithetical to the goals and visions of democracy. Oftentimes, when we think of the nation, we only think of those who are in the majority population and fail to give the rights and representation of those who belong in minority groups. For example, in the US, we fail to understand the sufferings of the Black community at the hands of police brutality and imprisonment. Similarly, in Pakistan, when we only think of rules and laws according to Islamic principles, we fail to give due rights to those who belong to minority groups who do not follow that religion. Ultimately, we must hold our leaders accountable who follow a majority mob mentality and give due rights to those minority groups who provide such richness to our societies.
Nationalism as it should be, not what it's become, is essential for a healthy democracy. The problem with nationalism isn't what it's meant to be or to do, but it's what it's become. See, conceptually, nationalism should work. It is essential for a healthy democracy, because in order to build a country or a society, we need people to come together. And the concept of home and improving one's home is what brings people together. For instance, when building a country, for example, America, if we want this country to grow, we need people, all American people, Black, Asian, Native Americans, Hispanic, white people, to come together and contribute towards the economy, build the infrastructure, and be politically active. In a country where every single person is working towards the betterment of a country is when a country can truly grow. Not to push their own political agenda or their own personal agendas, but being nationalistic means, as it should be, to work and push for changes for the betterment of all members in the nation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. I'm Stephen Erlanger with the New York Times, one of the sponsors of this wonderful forum. My only regret is not to be with you in Athens, which is one of my favorite places. But we have an extremely good panel for you. We don't have tons of time. We only have about 40 minutes. So I'd like to get right to it. With me, virtually, we have Elhaj Assi, who's chairman of the Kofi Annan Foundation and former Secretary General of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, groups that do wonderful work, in my view, and we should all give them money, too. We have in Athens my wonderful former colleague, Alison Smale, who covered the 1989 revolutions, who was a UN Undersecretary General. And we have Andres Bummel, who's Executive Director of Democracy Without Borders. So our topic is the strong and the weak. Nationalism and democracy, are they contradictory? We can get into that. But first, my thought is to just ask you, given what's happened since, did we misunderstand what happened in 1989? Was it a victory of liberal democracy, or was it something else? Was it something that was more about the resurgence of identity or the resurgence of, let's say the word, nationalism or patriotism? So that's really my first question, and I thought I would just start off by asking Alison, who was covering '89, what she thinks. Alison, off you go. Off you go.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to join everybody in this part live, part virtual discussion, which I'm sure is going to be a way forward for the future for us all to maintain communication in the strange circumstances imposed on us by COVID. But certainly there could have been no thought of COVID on the joyous night in 1989 when the Berlin Wall fell, and I was there and came through Checkpoint Charlie with the first East German to cross. I will never view the joy of that evening as a mistake, but it definitely serves as a reminder that we must always work hard if we want to produce good results. And there's a great deal of talk about togetherness now, a great deal of talk about the need to work to preserve democracy. And it sounds slightly sort of schoolmarmish to do this, but it definitely is something that takes a lot of work. And we can only really work against those who say they are strong, but are in fact perhaps weak. And we can reinforce those who appear weak so that they stay strong. And I think very much of President Trump and Vice President Joe Biden last night. I don't know how many people really stayed up throughout the night in Europe to watch it, but it's very, very clear that this is a contest about strength and weakness of certain kinds. And if there is a strong, dare I say, moral belief in togetherness, then we have to be sure in not only being together, but being there to help the weakest people.
Great, thank you very much. I'll just turn now to your colleague sitting next to you, Andreas, and wonder what your first thoughts are on this topic.
Well, my first thought is actually that 1989 symbolizes indeed a victory of freedom and emancipatory values. And I would say that these values and this will for freedom is still in existence. Nevertheless, we have a trend of authoritarianism in the world. We need to take note that across countries everywhere, there are strong protests against authoritarianism. And concerning the topic of this panel, I would say in a healthy society, the strong need to embrace the weak, just as has been said a moment ago. And this needs to apply to the global scale as well. So I would say that if we look at the motto of this Athens Democracy Forum this year, Reimagining Democracy, there is a lost opportunity after 1989, insofar as that did not happen. Democracy was not reimagined, and that's something we need to do now as global problems are becoming more and more virulent in a literal way and urgent. We need to reimagine the scale at which democracy operates, and that scale, the right scale, to match global problems, that's a global scale.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Assi and just ask you, I mean, does the West overinvest in the idea of democracy? Some argue, let's say, that there's a kind of authoritarian capability that sometimes works best in the developing world, in a world of problems. You've been involved in some of the world's darkest, most difficult places. What do you think, sir?
I think that democracy and the situations, that we experience in different parts of the world remind us of what really it is about. And speaking from Athens in a democratic forum, it's sometimes important to go back to the roots, which is about people. Democracy is not only about a system. It is not only about an ideology. It's not about, the West or East or the North and South. It's about people. It's about people's life. It's about people's well-being. It's about people's aspiration. And you can see throughout the globe, regardless of which states of economic development people are, they all aspire for something that all human beings have in common, which is their human dignity. So if democracy, can deliver on the human dignity, if democracy, can deliver to the towards the aspiration of people. If democracy can be a safe space where people's voices count and people themselves also count, it is a universal ideal to which I would say that everybody, will be aspiring to. So the different forms now in which those systems are being translated into governments, into systems, into bureaucracies, or you name it, this is what sometimes question the ability to deliver to people, and then question sometimes the legitimacy as well as the credibility it carries. Even in the United Nations, where we all carry on, where we all gather, we often forget that it's not about we the governments, it is not about we the states, it's about we the people. So in the worst humanitarian settings that I used to work with, in the poorest part of the world, the poorest of the poor want the best for himself, herself, for their children, and they aspire to their dignity. And that is, I think, what we then have incumbent. And the failure to deliver on that will be questioning pretty much the credibility as well as the legitimacy of the democracy, even though I would say that it is a universal ideal, towards which most people are aspiring to.
Yes, of course, no system's perfect, and democracy has its problems. I mean, I keep thinking, we often think of the Americans and the British as having, very well-developed democracies, and yet inequality has been growing enormously between rich and poor. There are big issues about race and ethnicity and cultural identity, but just in terms of delivering equality of opportunities, is democracy falling down, do you think? And I'll start again with Alison, who's British born.
Though I have not lived there for many years. And it's interesting that both the United States and the still United Kingdom are going through phases where their leaders are coming under criticism, particularly from outside their two countries. I think that democracy is a sort of living process. You have to work at it. So nothing that is said now needs necessarily to be cast in stone. But the signs that there are people in power who would like to prevail by force rather than by debate and hard work, those are unmistakable, and it's definitely a worrying time for both places. However, it's also not exclusive to the United States and the United Kingdom. We see the rise of strong leaders in a lot of places. I hope that goes some way to addressing your question.
Yes, very, very much so. Andreas, I mean, you're trying democracy without borders, but I mean, is it a harder sell these days?
No, quite the contrary. I believe there is a growing recognition of the fact that global collaboration is necessary, and not even only necessary, but actually not enough, that next steps are necessary for democratic institutions to actually being able to deliver, because I guess that's at the key here. People that, that is confirmed by surveys carried out globally, people, they are not dissatisfied with democracy as a principle of government. What they are dissatisfied is the performance of actual democratic governments. That's the point. And so we need to ask ourselves, why are they not able to deliver the outcomes that are expected? And I think that has a lot to do with globalizing forces, influences from the global scale, deregulated markets and such, that actually undermine the ability of established democratic institutions to deliver and to actually be relevant. So that's why people recognize this more and more, that what is needed is more participation and better representation at the global scale. And that's exactly what's been said about we the peoples, giving we the peoples a voice at the UN. Because if we look at how the international system is run you would have to acknowledge it's completely undemocratic if it comes to the representation and participation of the citizens on the ground. Because the UN, by definition, is an intergovernmental organization of member states, and who is represented at the UN, and not only the UN, but all fora? That's the executive branch of governments. So that's by definition, you know, only a small share of the populations worldwide, if you look at it from a cosmopolitan perspective. And
Sure.
The big problem.
Sure. I mean, one accepts this point, but of course these people are elected in representative democracies. So, I mean, it's very hard to come up with, I mean, though you may tell us that there's a better way of doing it, but at the moment it's not like all of these people are unrepresentative. And anyway, it's an interesting debate, which is what we really want to have here. Asi, do you agree that globalization has undermined the attractiveness or the efficiency of the way democracy works?
Well, there is a paradox in this question because, in an ideal situation, globalization, should have been a fertile ground, for democracy worldwide. But I think, in addition to what colleagues have said, what really matters, in this day and age and in this global world, in this globalized world, in a democratic perspective, is the importance of leadership. A leadership that cares, leadership that delivers, leadership that cares really about what people do care about. And I think that's the breakdown there that we're experiencing. And it questions, the accountability and the transparency that is required for people to adhere, to the overall democratic principles, that we're seeing. And then, as you mentioned before, the kind of inequities, that we also see, the gaps and disparities of all kinds between rich and poor, among minority groups, between men and women, in all these settings, is also a failure of delivering, for people. And that is really what is questioning, the democracy in the eyes, of those who are looking for a system that is responding to their needs, more than anything else. And I think where we have to, put more emphasis on that the alternatives may not be better. The democratic systems are still, the ones, that we need to work on and try to continuously work on it to preserve the gains that are made and then build on those gains and continue to strive for excellence. But in a globalized world, in a digital world, if this is not happening, other avenues, will be explored, and then citizens in their own rights, rightly or wrongly, will find also other ways, and those other ways may become big challenges, like we see the internationalization of fragilities and the internationalization of terror and all those kind of ways of expression, which is not what we would like to see.
I mean, one of the things that I'd like to get to is there is a kind of competition going on. It's not perhaps the best kind of competition, but between the people who call themselves authoritarian democracies or illiberal democracies and the more traditional kind. And I'm not just thinking here of Hungary, for instance, or even Poland, but China, which is very clearly not a democracy, which has strict control even more now than before from the Chinese Communist Party, which isn't very communist, but certainly knows how to control things. But it has delivered such enormous growth to the weak, and it has delivered so much economic benefit to its population, and quite a lot of pride, that I wonder, Andreas, why don't we start with you, whether you find this problematic for the kind of Western democracy that we're used to thinking about, or is it overdone, overemphasized? What do you think, Andreas?
Well, first of all, it is certainly good that millions of people have been shifted out of extreme poverty, but at what price? That's something we need to ask. And also, China has also been delivering concentration camps where millions of people are held under inhumane conditions in an illegal way that is in contradiction to international law. So China, in effect, is a brutal dictatorship, and that is something that has been overlooked for too long. I mean, 1989 was not only the fall of the wall, but it was also Tiananmen Square. So I think we are at a point where we need to recognize really who we are dealing with. And the reality that there has been, it seems, some economic benefits from China's policies does not brush away the fact that this is a country that is violating human rights in the grossest terms.
Covered the liberation, let's call it that, of a whole block of Eastern Europe, which I knew very well also, from what we considered to be a kind of authoritarian control. We saw it as a liberation, as the opening of a democratic system. But many people, I think, in these countries now think we misinterpreted it, that actually what it was a chance for them to become sovereign again and to define their nationalism as they pleased, not in our terms, but in their terms. And I wonder whether you agree with that, and if so, does that explain or help explain why countries like Hungary and Poland have seemed to have turned away from the kind of democracy pushed by Brussels?
Was the question to me?
Yes, please.
Okay. It wasn't clear this end because we had a slight gap in the sound. I mean, I think that what we saw in Eastern Europe at the same time as being viewed as a liberation, it was also a liberation to look back at the history of that particular country or the region. And whereas we had a famously titled thing, The Death of History, in fact, I think it was more like the rebirth of history. And what we also often forget in looking at Eastern Europe is that while countries like Czech Republic and Slovakia formed out of Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, other places, we also had the gathering terror and enmity in the former Yugoslavia. And that led to war in Europe. This war was most famously symbolized by the siege of Sarajevo, a city which had been host to the 1984 Winter Olympics, was very heavily destroyed in what is a medieval form of warfare, which is a siege, and starving people. I mean, they weren't starving, but they definitely had to scrounge for food. We had to mount this colossal United Nations effort for conditions to be maintained just stable enough that when everybody finally realized they'd have to come to the table and negotiate, they did do that. But I cannot tell you the number of times I've listened to Western politicians wax eloquent about 70 years of peace on our continent and seemingly totally forget this open wound that was Yugoslavia, and which still today is not really healed, and I think is one example of how, yes, you need togetherness and you need a sense of liberation for democracy to work, but you do have to, I'm sorry to sound like this school teacher, you have to work at it all the time, otherwise it goes missing. It's like the child pupil that you thought you had and you discovered they've run outside and played truant, to continue the teacher metaphor.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Well, it does make sense. I still think it is really interesting the way Hungary and Poland define their identities now in freedom as something less than the democracy people want for them. They define rule of law differently. And this is one of the challenges, it seems to me. I mean, those were weak countries, perhaps, who became strong and exercised their strength differently. Mr. Assi, I wanted to ask you, in the last 4 years, President Trump has defined American interests differently. He's turned away from multilateralism. He's not interested in democracy promotion in the world. Basically, he said to China, to Russia, you do whatever you want at home. I don't care, just as long as we're clear about our own interests. And I wondered, in the developing world, sir, whether you thought the loss of America as a kind of symbol, perhaps, or has it lost value as a symbol for liberal democracy and for a kind of democratic generosity? Or do people think that this is just temporary?
Well, first of all, I don't think that there is a unified view of the developing world, towards America. It has been always a varying view, and pro, against, critical, and everything in between. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I think a country, like the United States of America, is more than a president, of the country. There are also institutions, that work. There's a private sector that is vibrant. There are thinkers, philosophers, and people from the academic world that continue to engage also worldwide. I think there is definitely, as far as I can say, in all those countries, no matter which one you mention, and I don't want to fall into, this kind of a divide, China here, US there, Hungary, and then Poland, and I don't know, Brazil, and so on. But I think in all those countries, there is something about leadership that has to be looked at, and leadership that is trusted or not, leadership that is accountable and transparent or not, a leadership that is using, populist means, in order to have some short-term gains, and then the systems that are embedded in the society and how people interact, with each other. Of course, having said that, that will have an impact somehow on the, multilateral system, which of course is not in its best time right now. And here again, it's about leadership. There were times, when we had, crises that were much more severe than the ones that we experienced in today. And leaders stood up and take decision. And leaders stood up and show solidarity. Leaders stood up and saw that, we are one humanity, when we are one planet, and we have to make our contribution to make it work. Today, we are seeing a kind of a withdrawal within the national boundaries, and that is critical because there is nothing wrong for a government, to care for its people. Who will be against that? But it should never be to the detriment of the common good and the common values we have. And I think that's really where leadership matters, and we are crying for that leadership right now, worldwide, and we are missing some of them that are no longer with us today.
I take your points, all of them, very, very well. I mean, it's one of the things that struck me is how generally populist leaders have not handled the COVID pandemic very well. It's really interesting. I mean, you think they could control their systems and it would be fine. China, again, is a little hard to read because they're throwing journalists out every day. So it's hard to know exactly what's happening there. But the kind of control they've exercised over people who might be infected is not something that works very well in Western societies. One of the things I wanted to just ask you, the students in the beginning of our debate, we're making a distinction between nationalism and the protection of minorities. And I wanted to see whether any of you thought this was valid. To me, nationalists, people tend to use it as a slur word. We're patriots and you are somehow nationalists, right? So what we believe in is great, but what you believe in somehow isn't. So Andreas, I wanted to ask you, do you see this as a contradiction, or is it a false understanding of what nationalism is or could be or should be? I mean, does it somehow not protect minorities? Does it have to stand for majority identity? That's what puzzled me.
Well, I think that actually both students that we heard made valid and completely right observations. I think the question is really what kind of nationalism we are talking about. Is it an inclusive nationalism that embraces minorities and that embraces multiculturalism? Because the fact is, most nation states on this planet, they are diverse and multicultural. So if nationalism embraces this diversity, I would say it's very healthy. It can bring people together of a diverse kind and help, establish a society that has solidarity across boundaries of all sorts. And what we are seeing, however, is the development of some extremist majoritarian nationalism, which I would say is extremely unhealthy. And that's not the kind of nationalism that is constructive. And I don't want to identify certain countries here, but that is a big problem. But otherwise, if we are speaking of inclusive nationalism, I would say that's absolutely compatible, with different layers of identity that exist. A national identity, certainly for nobody, is an exclusive identity. There are lots of layers, which includes, for many people, surveys confirm that, also recognition of a global identity as a global citizen.
Yes, which is something that interests you quite a lot. I wanted to ask Alison also, if I may, whether somehow Europe seems to be learning how to embrace a nationalism that is inclusive. It hadn't always been. Europe had a lot of actually pretty mono-ethnic countries. It's a post-colonial phenomenon. And I wondered whether you think it's doing a good job in creating this idea of an inclusive nationalism, or whether it still has a long way to go.
I think the answer tends to vary with the collapse or success of the latest initiative in Brussels to take care of all sorts of matters in a more pan-continental kind of way. I think that fundamentally, Europe is still a continent made up of nation states. And the nation state concept, which we can date variously back to 17th, 18th centuries, is something that still seems to give comfort to people who cheer for their national soccer team, for instance, and don't think, oh, we're all engaged in a marvelous sort of love fest here on the soccer pitch. They get quite fiercely nationalistic, if you like, about it. And I think we therefore have to ask ourselves, have we got the form of governance and sort of loyalty to a nation state that is suited to the 21st century, where technology alone drives us to act at a much faster pace? And I think also that faster pace is what is making it hard for anybody to sort of master both nationalism and togetherness at the same time. It's a lot to demand of individuals. They need to be rallied around a certain cause in the way that, let's say, Václav Havel was able to rally the Czechs and the Slovaks, as it happened. And then, guess what? Their state broke apart. But in fact, people were worried about that. In fact, it has worked reasonably well. I mean, there's pockets of discontent. But it's not something that started a fresh conflict across the continent.
No, that's good.
And so,
I mean, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just that we've got only about 8 minutes left, and I wanted to get a couple questions from the audience in, if I may. We have one from a member of our executive committee, Metropolitan Seraphim Kikotis, if I'm pronouncing it properly. And I wonder whether, Mr. C, you might want to respond to this. He says that the late Kofi Annan, Secretary General, someone that we spoke about before, proposed the reconstruction of the United Nations to protect all of humanity better for all crises. That's his question. And he wonders whether there's been much progress made on that aspiration.
I'm sad to say that, well, maybe little progress has been made, but not enough. Had we embarked, on the path that late Kofi Annan has already so designed in his words, in his deeds, in his engagement, in his daily fight, I think and then many other people join in that movement, and leaders support and participated actively, we would have been today, in a place that is very different, from where we are. And that is linked to what we've been just discussing before in the question you posed. How can we trust any system or any government or any leader to protect the majority if they cannot even protect the minority? I mean, so simple. It is the lack of credibility there and a lack of legitimacy if a minority can be protected. How can I trust you that you can now protect the majority? What we call nationalism, we also hide behind nationalism in many things. For example, today we're in the middle of a COVID crisis, and people are talking about vaccine nationalism and therapeutic nationalism. Frankly, there is nothing nationalistic about that. It is simple egoism instead of having, the solidarity that is required, forgetting one thing, that in a pandemic, and that is really reminding us also the political systems and democracy, in the pandemic, none of us is safe until we all are. And also for peace and stability in the world and the well-being in the humanity, unless we're all at a certain level of dignity, a certain level of aspirations, that are responded to, none of us will be safe. And none of us also will be in a place we would like to be. So I think we should get out of hiding behind the slogans of nationalism and the like, and do the needful, deliver for people, solidarity, partnership, care, support, and that's what we need.
That's very nicely said. Andreas, you have been talking about a kind of parliament, a sort of global parliament. Would you like to just describe briefly what you have in mind and whether this would fit the spirit of what Kofi Annan was talking about?
Yes, a global parliament is actually not a new idea. It's been around for a very long time. It had supporters like Václav Havel, for instance, who's been mentioned today. And the idea is really that the world citizens would be democratically represented in a way that would include minorities worldwide. And there are different forms how this can happen. But the long-term goal is actually that there would be global direct elections of representatives to a body that complements today's intergovernmental organs at the UN. So we need to be aware, the UN, as I said before, that's only the governments. And if we want to give we the peoples a voice, that is, possible if we establish a parliamentary body. And parliaments are recognized as unavoidable, elements of good governance everywhere. So the question is, why do we not accept this very same principle at the global scale where it is so important?
Alison, if I can come to you, you've just been working at a very high level at the United Nations. We've only got 3 minutes or so left, but what lessons did you take for democracy and this idea of a kind of global commons? What did you find workable and unworkable in what you just experienced?
Workable was, for instance, to get right behind a campaign that became pretty pronounced under Antonio Guterres, the current Secretary General, of concern about global warming. I mean, this was really an emphasis that he put, and I think it was an issue that he saw that he could tackle whilst perhaps more themes that might have been termed more ideologically confrontational wouldn't have worked so well. And he also put a great deal of emphasis on trying to get more young people involved. And we've heard throughout our discussions of the Athens Democracy Forum so far of this being needed. It seems logical, and it's relatively easy to start. When the difficulty comes when people are already inside the UN and in the structures, and then they want you to tell them what to do. And we're looking actually at the young people to tell us what to do, beyond clear out of seats of power and cede it to them. So I think the things that are achievable are relatively undisputed steps like that. But as ever, the difficulty is taking it to the next stage. And how does that happen? Clear.
No, that's great. I mean, and certainly I'm glad you brought up the whole notion of climate change, because, you know, there would be a lot of so-called weak in the world who are going to drown unless the strong in the world work a little more quickly to stop carbon from flowing outward. We are, unfortunately, I wish we had more time. I've really enjoyed this myself. I hope it hasn't been too painful for anyone watching. But I do want to thank Alison Smale, my former colleague, Andreas Bubble, and El Haj Assi for their very wonderful participation, and wish you all very good luck, safety, health, happiness, and more democracy all around. Thanks to you all. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.